Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the One Nation of Gamers circuit. To the beginning of the day, we're going to be broadcasting live from the Wizard World Comic Con at Philadelphia, the Open Tournament there. My name is TJ, once again joined by That's Admirable. Day number 3 now, Admirable. Are you ready? I'm ready.
Oh, I am ready. All right. And Crosa's player we saw yesterday, looks like he's ready here today, too. Not the only one's getting up early to handle some Hearthstone here. He's going to have to take on Ninja Dragon first. But TJ, how are you doing? How are you feeling on this third day?
Feeling great, you know. I'm an early riser as it is most of the time. It's a little earlier than normal, but, you know, it's always worth it for some Hearthstone. Yep, that's right. Today we're going to be broadcasting the rest of the Open, the Geico Open, at the Wizard World Comic Con in Philadelphia. We'll be broadcasting from the round of 8 and onwards. I believe a few matches from there, and we'll go all the way until we have our winner. That tournament has a 1.3K prize pool. The winner's going to go with 500, 400 second place, 200 each, third and fourth. And then, of course, after that, we're going to go straight into the finale to the feature tournament number 3, where we have Chalky, Terrence M., Shoop, and the Rat waiting to fight it off for their share of $6,000 of prize pool and a coveted spot at the LAN finals for the One Nation of Gamers circuit, which will happen at PAX Prime. So lots of exciting stuff today. I think we got about, I don't know, give or take 10 or so hours of Hearthstone action. So make sure you guys stay tuned and stick with us today because it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. We can start talking about the first matchup, Ninja Dragon versus Crosus. This is a round of 8 match from that Open. We saw Crosus play yesterday, as Avril mentioned. Ninja Dragon, he's going to be pretty new, and at least to the stream, we didn't see him play yesterday. But, you know, bringing Priest seems like a common trend.
Everyone's bringing Priest in the Open. It's continued to be one of the most popular classes alongside Mage, which has also been one of the most popular classes. And sort of the trend we saw yesterday is in the opening rounds, players are playing all different kinds of decks. But as we move closer to that round of 16, round of 8, more players are playing some of the decks that you would expect to see in a competitive environment. More of the aggro shaman, more sort of zoo variants that were happening, a little bit more refined tempo mage, not many of some of the crazy builds. And I'm curious if Ninja Dragon's going to be right up in that note or where they're going to be. So not really sure.
Yeah. And we've seen a wide variety of mages, and we've seen a wide variety of warlocks. It seems like everybody's playing Cthulhu, and you know, I tested out with Cthulhu Mage for a little bit when Whispers of the Old Gods hit, when standard format hit, because you saw Cult Sorcerer, and you're thinking, oh my goodness, that card is insane. Then I think a lot of people realize very quickly that you don't even need Cthulhu to make that card insane. So we'll see what kind of mage that Ninja Dragon's bringing. She's also bringing Warlock as well. So that could be Zoo, could be pretty much anything. We've come to learn with this Open that we can expect just about anything from these players. And now that we're in the round of 8, maybe we'll start seeing some more consistent decks, but who knows? Who knows, Admirable?
Control always a favorite of the fans, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
Want to play those longer games, want to play those grindy games, want to have those very impactful decisions to make towards the end of the game a lot of times. I personally am a fan of making my impactful decision of whether or not Argent Square or Tunnel Trog is better on turn 1. You know, it could be the difference in winning and losing a game sometimes. I'm just saying, at the North American prelims for Spring Champs, I held on a Tunnel Trog until turn 5. It was in my opening hand, and I held it. I didn't play it on turn 1. I didn't play anything on turn 1, and I won because I held the Tunnel Trog. I went, you know what? This turn 1 Tunnel Trog is going to get Fiery War Axed. I'm going to be donezo. I'm going to wait and put it behind a Feral Spirit, and I'm going to beat him up. And that's exactly what happened. That Tunnel Trog got to 7 power.
Wow. Then he got BGH, but it was too late. He was already dead.
The perfect counter!
5 mana now.
Tunnel
5
Trog,
mana doesn't match a one. Yeah.
It reminds me of, like, Undertaker. Like, the card is just insane.
All right. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
No, it is like
Undertaker was legitimately insane.
Every deck had Undertaker, though. That was the beauty of it. You could always build an Undertaker deck. With Tunnel Trog, I can't play Priest with Tunnel Trog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember back in the day, Death Rattle Priest, like, you would see, they would Undertaker coin Undertaker, and then turn 2, they would, like, Zombie Chow, and you're like, well, I'm dead. Like, they killed me with Zombie Chows on the board on, like, turn 4. And they go Dark Cultist on 3, and you're just done. You're donezo. All right, well, Ninja Dragon playing, the Frost Wolf Grunt. That's what I like to see in this mage deck. Take a little bit of a leaf out of the basic mage book.
Yeah, making it to round of 8 actually with cards that appear to be a little bit more limited in collection. This is kind of a testament here. I mean, oftentimes we see players who are a little more limited in their collection struggle a little bit against players who have had everything. And Croesus coming in strong here with this Tunnel Trog early on alongside this Flame Tongue Totem. I mean, this Bilefen Tidehunter, not looking too shabby, going to absorb some damage here. And Ninja Dragon can just continue to play taunt after taunt after taunt. I mean, there's a chance that you can get through this. This is like the way that you could beat these early game aggro decks is if you just build a wall, and eventually they can't get through it. Not like Trump's wall, which is going to cost you way too much.
Build a wall and make them pay for it with minions.
But this is like a real thing right now. I mean, look at what's happening. You can trade onto the Tunnel Trog, drop another taunt behind this. There's 3 more taunts to go. Croesus may just never actually get through.
Never any face damage. Very true, and Cone of Cold can definitely buy a lot of time. But you know what? 4 mana 7/7s can get through just about anything. We saw yesterday, Eerie Statue was really doing some work for the Rat in one of the games where he got Shifter Xeris. But Flaming Faceless also, honorable mention.
Silverback Patriarch, definitely one of the weaker ones. I mean, you kind of want to be moving up the curve with taunts, just enough to make it a big deal. But look at this. I mean, we're talking, if Croesus doesn't land a juggle here, which he's got a lot of opportunities to do it, but if he doesn't land a juggle, this could actually be a problem.
Put this apple on your head.
Yeah. Gonna see.
12.5% chance to not land a juggle. Make that 25 now.
It's low, but it's still there. Can Croesus do it?
Oh my. I'm nervous.
Okay. Yeah, this one goes face. Perfect juggles. And now, Flame Strike off the top.
Yeah, I mean, if Ninja Dragon starts to draw some AoE right here, this is where the game would come in. But otherwise, now it's looking kind of ugly. So we have Cone of Cold and Arcane Intellect to draw cards and freeze a lot of this damage. But then it has to be AoE afterwards. And that's basically going to be it.
Yeah, she's going to go ahead and just freeze the most powerful side of the board here and try and stop some of this damage. But she's a Blizzard, Flame Strike, maybe second a Cone of Cold to buy more time, something to just stop all this damage from coming in. But, I mean, Croesus just has so much beef behind this. Just going to Doom Hammer and start Doom Hammering away.
Speaking of 7-power Tunnel Trogs. Yeah, I mean, now things look mighty grim. I mean, the Doomhammer hitting, this Tunnel Trog connecting. This was the critical turn for AoE. Without it here, Ninja Dragon just going to kind of fall out of the game and not really have too much. It is the Flaming Faceless providing too much value in this spot. But, this... I know it looks a little bit different than what we see in the big competitive games, but this is kind of what Cthulhu Druid wants to do against these decks, is they actually just play a wall of taunts, and eventually it's like, wow, I actually can't get through this 5/7 taunt. This one's not working.
I mean, I think everybody's been to that point in Hearthstone at some point where they lose to an aggro deck and they go to their collection and they search taunt. And they just start spam clicking on every single selection and that comes up in that search and try and make it happen. But even all the taunts in the world, unless you have some sort of AoE to back it up or some sort of spells to back it up, you shouldn't draw into that Flame Strike this game. Probably in the deck, I can imagine, in order to support these. It's going to be in the deck. But Chris is trying to figure out the best way to do this.
Yep, Silverback Patriarch was the bane of Firebat in one of his rounds on his way to the World Championship, at the World Championship. Silverback Patriarch had cost him the game.
Yep.
Not today, though. And Croesus taking a very decisive game number 1. No AoE, that board's going to build, and you are going to take a lot of damage.
Yep. 2/4 mana 7/7 Doom Hammer. Pretty textbook shaman game, and not much in the way for stopping it. See if Ninja Dragon can try and find an answer to either this priest deck or this mage deck from Croesus. I remember it being Cthulhu Priest, and then the mage was Dragon Mage, if I remember correctly. I don't know. We saw a lot of interesting stuff, but we are going to see the Cthulhu Priest first, and I'm interested to see how this Taunt Mage is going to hold up against this Cthulhu Priest, because while taunts are great for stopping more aggressive strategies, they're usually understated for their cost, which means against control-style decks like this Cthulhu Priest, Crosus should have a field day.
Yeah, I mean, the Cthulhu minions are pretty much like right in line with where their stats should be, like on a vanilla minion. You know, the one exception that I think being Cthulhu's chosen, the 4/2 Divine Shield. Divine Shield being a cost of 3 health, pretty significant in that spot, but, you know, going to line up pretty well for the most part against a lot of these cards, and you can see it right here. The fact that it's a 2/2 versus a 1/3 instead of a 3/2 versus a 1/3 is the difference between Northshire Cleric living and dying. I mean, if Ninja Dragon wants to kill this, just invest another mana this turn. And while I think you should take that trade because Northshire Cleric's terrifying, definitely wants to get some presence rolling.
Yeah, just going to go ahead and play out the strongest minion that she has in her hand, which is the Iron for Grizzly. But this is going to give Crosus some really good trades, and also second Northshire Cleric means he's going to be able to draw 2 cards after healing up this.
Is someone injured?
There we go. After healing up this Twilight Elder.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe he's heeding the rule of never going full Northshire, but you have enough space in that hand to make it well worth it. And Ninja Dragon is very unlikely to have a punish to this. There's that Flame Strike. She could have used that last game.
Yeah. Well, suspected it to be in the deck, but I wasn't able to draw in the last game. Just go ahead and play the Silverback Patriarch. Probably saving that Conical to try and set up for a Flame Strike turn. Maybe weaken some minions, try and solidify our own board before she goes for that.
Yeah, this game fighting a much different problem with the build to Cthulhu. So in last game, if Ninja Dragon's able to get past that initial push and stabilize a bit, very difficult for Crosus to really assemble a big board position after that.
Yeah.
In this game, if his board gets swept over and over again, he doesn't really care that much because, again, he's building towards that big picture, that Cthulhu. You can see it's a 10/10 now. When that hits that 20 power mark, that's an insane amount of damage from hand. And there's not really a way apparent in Ninja Dragon's deck that can stop that.
Yeah, I think this is just one of those search for taunt, put it all in deck. With Goldshire Footman, this deck might not be the best against Cthulhu Priest. Indeed, he is 100% ready for action.
We saw Strifecrow not take it yesterday. A disappointing display. Oh, there's that Cthulhu. So, Crosus actually did risk overdrawing the Cthulhu this turn by building to 10 cards in hand with that Holy Nova. So
Man,
maybe he could have considered that, but
it doesn't even feel like it would matter.
Yeah, exactly.
Cone of Gold, buy some time, try and get that Flame Strike out. And Frostwolf Grunt gonna try and get on the board. Cabal Shadow Priest, that's a pretty good overdraw. But I mean, it really just doesn't matter because Crosus is gonna keep blowing up the board, keep buffing up that Cthulhu, and if this game even gets to turn 10, it's gonna be rough. Double Flame Strike back to back. I mean, you got to go for this.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the attack Flame Strike here. There's not much giving for Ninja Dragon. Well, I mean, even sweeping up 5 minions with that, Crosus just with 9 cards in hand and a Twin Emperor's fresh off the top. This is looking like bad news.
Yeah. Ready for action. Goldshire Footman is quite valiant in his efforts to ready the whole world for action.
And I'm assuming you need to be ready for a little bit more than that because Crosus has kind of got an answer to everything, and a 21-21 Cthulhu at this point.
Yeah.
Is going to bring some heat.
I mean, if we even get to turn 10. Look at this. This is 14 damage on the board.
You know how many taunts there are in this deck, TJ?
Yeah.
We're going to get to turn 10, don't you worry.
Yeah.
Job's done.
I mean, probably still a Sunwalker left in here somewhere. But, I mean, Crows is just going to go on the plan of, let's make my Cthulhu as big as I possibly can. 23-23. And he's setting it up.
There's nothing's going to give here. I mean, the 7-9 is pretty much the nail in the coffin here.
You know how many taunts are in this deck?
There's a lot.
Literally all of them.
Get behind me. Job's done.
So that's going to do it. Kroos is going to lock up game number 2 here.
Well played.
Just a casual 23-23 Cthulhu. That's the sound Cthulhu makes.
Thank you. I actually wouldn't have guessed. I just thought you were gargling water there for a second. Like, wow, Admirable chose a really weird time to gargle water in the middle of this cast, but
I probably need to. I feel like I'm losing my voice a little bit.
thank you for clarifying that was Cthulhu.
20 hours of broadcast in the last 2 days with another 10 to go today.
Well, mage left for Croesus. If I remember correctly, it is a dragon mage. And we'll have to see if Ninja Dragon's going to throw out that taunt mage once again, or she's going to switch it up. And she's going to switch it up. She's going to throw out her own Cthulhu mage here, or Cthulhu priest here. She's saying, you know what? I got one of those suckers too.
Yep. Nice curve in the opening, too. Northshire Cleric always welcome, followed by Beckoner of Evil, and then threaten on the value from heals.
Yeah.
Croesus does have a very strong open against this, though, with that Cult Sorcerer.
Yeah.
It's going to threaten some pretty massive value on its own. Is looking contested by that Beckoner of Evil, but he's got Arcane Blast and then the attack with Cult Sorcerer to mop up that Northshire Cleric. And so he's shut down the open for the most part now. And we'll see if he can handle everything that's coming afterwards. So it's looking like going to be a heavier curve for Ninja Dragon with Chillwind Yeti and the Scaram Cultist.
Yeah.
I believe it's called.
Scaram Cultist.
Ooh, that's the wrong target. Now Croesus has set up a direct trade with the Beckoner. Looking like he's going to try to stop it with Mirror Image and then maybe try to clean this up with Arcane Missiles later on.
Whiff on turn 3 for the draw from Ninja Dragon. Just going to have to heal face. And pray that Croesus doesn't have tools to take a big tempo lead on this board. And Arcane Missiles could be a play here. Arcane Missiles go for the 2 shots onto the Beckoner of Evil.
Yeah, I imagine he's going to wait just a little bit longer with no 4-drop in hand, like maybe looking to get a little bit of extra value out of this. And this is where Ninja Dragon actually has a pretty solid opportunity to climb back into this game. And at this point, she's just going to be playing bigger style of curve, and Croesus is operating on more of a fair curve at this point.
Yeah.
Does have all of his top end, but this Chillwind Yeti, he's actually going to chew through this board. And Ninja Dragon's going to be able to heal the Chillwind Yeti back up and add more pressure.
Yeah. And, with 2 Cthulhu buffers early on, with double Beckoner of Evil, she'll be able to play that Twilight Darkmender and get that 10 health, so negate some of this early pressure that she took from missing on those draws. It'll be pretty good. And actually, Croesus decides to go for it now, and whoa! Picks off the Beckoner of Evil.
Yeah. Pretty solid rolls there, overall.
Are you my master?
And now finally that Twilight Darkmender active. Was that a heal on self?
Yep.
Oops, that is... It just goes face. It says giddy up. I got the heal for 10. Let's race.
Yeah. Giddy on up. We saw this style of play yesterday from, what was it, Chan Wan Lee? Maybe it was Croesus. They just say, you know what, I don't even care. Twilight Darkmender's going to do me some work here. I'm just going to go ahead and hit him right in the face.
Yep, wise of Croesus to trade to prevent any shenanigans from going on. And an opportunity here is going to go with just the on curve.
Yeah, I like this. Stronger body on the board, which definitely a big consideration for that. And, 15 is still a high health total.
It's high
Roche is
enough.
just going to continue
I have no time for games.
pressuring in.
Yeah, this Sylvanas is really going to put some hurt on this board, too. Makes this a much more awkward situation than normal.
Mm-hmm.
Just going face.
Yeah.
This is bad news for Ninja Dragon.
I like the idea of going face, but Cthulhu's still a couple turns away, and you're giving over a free Scarum Cultist to your opponent. Effectively going to negate
You want it?
that heal for 10 that you just got from that Twilight Darkmender. And we're going to see a Frostbolt come out. Looks like Croesus just has his eyes set on finishing this game as quick as possible. And I mean, there's 13, 17 damage on the board, 18 with the ping,
A lot of
22 with the Frostbolt. The taunt's going to make that
Is someone injured?
a little bit tougher, but I don't think Ninja Dragon's going to get to the point where she could play this Cthulhu.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
don't
gonna
think so
happen.
either. Oh my. That is I cannot believe that Flame Strike did not instantaneously just fly out of the hand and explode Ninja Dragon's board here.
Yeah.
Like this is like you draw that one, it's like woohoo! Manowar Flame Strike.
Woohoo!
This dome bust.
Not that it matters. Croesus just has a huge lead, and puts Ninja Dragon below 9. It's going to need a lot of help here. Shattered Sun Cleric's not going to do too much. And by not too much, I mean absolutely nothing.
Yeah, nothing to fend off this pressure. Nothing to push the damage, nothing to heal up. Croesus is going to lock up game number 3 and advance. From this point, just playing Tempo Mage, Cthulhu Priest, Shaman.
Job's done.
Yeah.
3 just fairly strong decks.
Yeah. And Croesus is going to take the series, and by doing so, he gets into the money. Goes to the round of 4, the semifinals, which guarantees him at least $200 at the Open. And he's just like, you know what? Another day at the office. Another day at Wizard World Comic Con. Winning some Hearthstone games. Making some money. Not
So it
cosplaying
was-
today, but
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed in that one.
yeah.
I wanted Croesus to come with like a new variant on the Shadow. Yesterday he cosplayed the Shadow, 1930s, 1940s superhero. I wanted him to come as like a 2130 to 2140 version of the Shadow. Like, what would he look like 110 years in the future? I think that
I
would
wanted
be cool.
I wanted him to come as a Surgeon Shadow, where he was just wearing like a surgical mask and like a surgical gown.
He's got
still,
like
like,
the
the
scarf
same
and the hat though.
Yeah. That would have been a cool twist on that. But yeah, that's the first game of the day in the books. A quick one. Croesus continues his run through the Geico Open at the Philly Comic Con. Like I said, getting into the money, making it into that semifinals. We'll see him play a little bit later in the day. We are going to jump to the next match. Before we do that, we're going to have to take a quick break, just a few minutes, while we reset and get ready for the next game. Keep in mind, guys, throughout the day, make sure you guys head over to the website, geico.onog.gg. Plenty of stuff that you can do there. You can get a free Geico quote. Of course, Geico, the title sponsor of the event. Geico getting into esports sometime around last year, and they're really making a big splash. And yeah, I guarantee you that you can save money if you insure anything in the world. Even if like you insure your finger because you're a finger model, Geico could save you money. Look at all that money that Averbold just saved and threw away simultaneously over his shoulder by switching to Geico insurance. Make sure you guys head over, get that quote. Also enter in to win your Gamer Extreme 1000 PC, which is on the same website, same portal, everything. And sign up for the next One Nation of Gamers Circuit Open, which takes place on June 16th. All that today. And, of course, plenty more Hearthstone action to come. So make sure you guys stay tuned. Do not go anywhere. More Philly Comic Con Geico Open right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Geico Open at the Wizard World Comic Con in Philadelphia. My name is TJ. I'm joined by That's Admirable. And we're getting underway with the day today. We just saw a match between Croesus and Ninja Dragon. We saw Croesus move on to the semifinals. And now we're going to jump into the next match, which, as you can see, just magically popped up on the screen. It's Tyler Hermes versus Bibulus. I know these are two players that you may not be familiar with, but that's what this Open is all about. This is just an Open that people you had to be at the Philly Comic Con to sign up. Just walk up sign-ups, and we've seen all sorts of decks, all sorts of skill levels, and it's been really, really fun so far. And look at that, Paladin, Druid, Warlock, the lineup for Tyler Hermes. This is a lineup that we would have seen in Standard, but I have no idea what to expect. Do you know what to expect, Admirable?
It's pretty tough to tell at this point. I mean, like you said, the Open sign-up and being players had to be physically on site. It kind of brings me back to my old days of playing cards, where I grew up showing up at events, bringing the cards I had, and hoping I could compete against the players who were there. At times, I didn't always have all the tools I wanted to get the job done, and sometimes I did. It was always dependent on the situation. I couldn't always acquire all the cards I wanted, and that's kind of what this has just been about, is giving players who are not necessarily like super experienced with tournaments a chance to step into that arena and see what it's like. And it's a very exciting thing. I remember playing my first tournaments, like going to them when I was 12 years old, and I was like, yeah, my deck's so sweet. I have this 4-card combo in it that once I put it together, I can stay alive for a long time. And then, it worked for a little bit, and then when I started playing against the better players in later rounds, it didn't start working. And that's sort of where it all started. You got to start at the bottom, work your way to the top. And it takes time, it takes effort. And like you said, from what we've seen here, a very wide range. It's very difficult to predict, I think, what anyone is going to be bringing to this event. Once you can see like one of the decks, you kind of get an idea. But until then, it's anyone's guess.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen as many Cthuns in my entire time playing in Standard and Whispers of the Old Gods prior to this event that I saw in this event. We've seen like 10 Cthuns at this event. I think on Ladder I've probably seen like 8 since it even came out. So, and all those were in the past week when Cthulhu Druid actually got popular. So lots of popularity surrounding Cthulhu in this tournament. Maybe because, like you said, it's one of those cards that's really easily accessible. You get it just for logging in, Whispers of the Old Gods. So it's very easy to build a deck around. It's sort of shouting at you when you log in. It's like, build me. That's what Cthulhu's voice would sound like if it could speak. But, yep, 6 unique classes here. Priest seems to be a popular choice as well. We were talking about it yesterday. Priest being one of the most popular classes in the game. Just not really played much competitive play. But these players, they just like playing Priest. And Cthulhu Priest seems to be the most popular choice.
Yeah, I mean, Priest just being one of the most popular classes. A lot of people play it. And, I know, like, personally, when I'm streaming, a lot of people ask me about playing Priest decks or how can they improve their Priest decks. And I go, well, a lot of times you can just cut all 30 of those cards and swap to Warlock. That's a really good way to improve that Priest deck.
Yeah.
Not been one of the stronger competitive decks that are out there. But again, this is not a competitive environment that's coming into. This is a tournament, so there are some people that want to be competitive. But for the most part, these are guys who are having fun. Guys and gals having fun just playing Hearthstone.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's what it's all about. Players are selecting their decks, so we should be jumping into this matchup momentarily. Paladin decks are something that not a lot of people have experimented with outside of just an Azoth Paladin, which sort of burst onto the scene at the very beginning of the Standard format. We saw a little bit yesterday from Muserok. I believe there was some type of weird Steward of Darkshire deck that had like Justicar Trueheart to get that extra synergy, lots of 1-health minions, including Iron Beak Owl, which has sort of been rotated out. Spellbreaker has been sort of the go-to silence minion because you pay 1 more mana for so much more with the stats. But, sort of going all in on that Steward of Darkshire synergy. And definitely excited to see what Tyler Hermes is bringing to the table. But right off the bat, it is going to be Cthulhu Druid for Tyler Hermes. And he's going to be taking on Bibulus, who's playing what looks to be a mid-range hunter.
And Bibulus has come dressed to play. Look at that. Is that purple hair?
Yeah.
It's cosplaying Frodan.
Yep. got confirmation. He's cosplaying a mix between That's Admirable and Frodan.
Flame Juggler, so good versus that open from Druid. Living Seeds. Is it living? I always call it Living Seeds. Living Roots and Flame Juggler. It just has that interaction where when it happens, you go, oh, why did I play this on turn 1?
Yeah. You hold on to it and play it on turn. Well, you can play it on turn 3 if you don't have a play to try and kill it, but Living Roots is really just there to buy time, it feels. Maybe just weaken some of these minions, try and get in, like cheat in some early damage. And looks like Twilight Elder going to be thrown out here. Just playing on curve. This game this is tough. If mid-range hunter curves out, it's really hard to beat, and that's exactly what Bibulus is doing right at the moment. Has 2 drops into 3 drop, or 2 drop into 2 drop into 4 drop into 5 drop into 6 drop, which is very hard to beat if you're the druid, unless you get lots of early ramp.
Oh, but that second juggle doesn't get it. You can see his facial expression. Like, come on, man. I could never land a juggle.
Never ever lucky.
I just landed one, Bibulus. Landed one. Vandrel is actually a pretty significant threat to Bibulus here too. I mean, the difference between landing juggle and not landing juggle actually being the difference between being able to kill this Vandrel and not. And if that Vandrel lives, it's a 4/6 taunt behind it, and then a 10/10 taunt afterwards with that Ancient of War. The choose one effects, Vandrel makes sure you choose both of them. So you get charge and 4/6 taunt. On Ancient of War, you get uproot and rooted.
Yeah.
It's got to be quick shot. That is a great draw for Bibulus. Just anything to keep that guy off the board because he is horrifying.
Bibulus is like, not today, Sonny. Not today.
Gives him the old Matumbo.
Yeah. But I think Tyler Hermes was worried about Houndmaster that last turn. He really hesitated on playing the Fandrel because Houndmaster would have traded up really nicely into it. But now Tyler Hermes has to deal with this Savannah Hyman. He has the mulch, but I mean, he might just throw down a Sylvanas here and say go. Next turn, he can sort of clean up the board.
I like the swipe. I like the swipe a lot.
Swipe works.
Peel off this board, take care of one of the 2/2s, and then look at your hand afterwards. Like, handling Savannah Hyman is usually a bit of an issue for Druid, but here he's had presence on the board. He's actually just going to go face too. He's handled this very cleanly and has a lot of follow-up to this, and now he's starting to apply pressure. So once the pressure starts mounting, that's really where things can go awry for Bibulus here. So Tyler Hermes doing a good job of fending this off. Second Infested Wolf here, but look at this stop to the board.
Yeah. Doesn't quite have the activation on
Deadly Shot is a concern. I mean, maybe there's a consideration here for innervating that Beckoner of Evil, so that way Deadly Shot is potentially less impactful. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Are you my master?
Smart play.
Yep.
Very smart play.
And 1 point off of getting that Twin Emperor activated. And so Bibulus, I mean, he does have Kodo to answer this 2/3, but what are you going to do about the 5/10?
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's got a decent play here with Stampeding Kodo and set up the Carrying Grub, but it looks like he's not going to go with that.
Now, the problem here is if he doesn't Kodo, that means he's losing his 2/2. And if he does Kodo, it means he's giving away a body a lot easier than the Stranglethorn Tiger would be. So a little bit of a rocky road here. He's going to go with the Tiger, so 2/2's going to rip. And he can't play the Carrying Grub either. Again, he just doesn't want to give away the bodies that easily.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. This is bad. This is really bad for Bibulus. He has no way to answer this Ragnaros right now.
And if it hits the Stranglethorn Tiger,
if it hits face, too.
Face.
I mean, Bibulus had a great opening curve, but did not have the strongest way to follow up, so he can get through the 5/10 taunt. But how's he going to get through the Ragnaros?
Yeah.
And he's got to use almost his entire board to get through this as well.
I mean,
Festival spawns a couple 1/1s here, but
he can still throw out this Carrion Grub, throw out this Fiery Bat, try and spread the board, pretty wide to play around this Ragnaros slightly. and try and whittle him down because he just have 6 damage being represented on board. Tyler Hermes is not too healthy here. So
Yeah, this is
now
certainly
he's
a
got to
spot.
think.
It's certainly a spot where you consider Twin Emperor just as the 4/6 taunt. Like, do
Yeah.
I need to fend off this pressure and not die to kill commands? I mean, that being said, he knows Bibulus is 1 card in hand, and he didn't see Call of the Wild last turn. He's kind of got past all the tough points here. Does he die to Call of the Wild? That's certainly a question he needs to ask himself right now.
I have no time for games.
The answer is no, so it's going to be Sylvanas. And actually taking out the 1/1 instead of the 2/1. Interested by that. So here we go, another Ragnaros shot. And that fiery bat. Nice call there from Tyler Hermes. Reading into the future.
Yep.
Oh, and Flame Jugglers, no help. I mean, are we about to see a 0 value Kodo here just to try to get stuff on board?
I think it's definitely a possibility. We saw earlier people went to the Kodo to go for the Stranglehold target to put more power on the board, but I mean that juggle went face, which at the moment I feel is the best place for it.
Yeah, Bibulus kind of shaking his head, knowing that not really much he can do here. And again, this is the spot where I think Twin Emperor really is called for.
Yep.
Like, even though it's only just a 4/6 taunt, the thing about it is you only have to stop basically 1 turn's worth of shots, and then the Sylvanas is going to get the steal in. I mean, he kind of has everything here. I think I'd like to see the taunt instead. He's going to pick up 3 cards. Oh, and Dark Arakoa gets picked up. That's going to activate the Cthulhu. He's going to think about this, though.
Yeah, I think Coin Dark Arakoa oh, nope. Doesn't really take out too much. That could have just been taken out by hero power, but I guess he's just going to try and
It's
activate
actually-
Twin Amps.
If that Ragnaros goes space, he is dead to Call of the Wild.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Now, yeah, solidifies that one. I think Tyler Hermes realized it right at the end, like, oh my gosh, I did die to Call of the Wild. You saw his facial expression. Kind of go, oh, wait a second. Yeah, Bibulus. Nothing available for him. Just going to attack into the Ragnaros.
I'm getting through this reg. It's the last thing I do. But nope, still alive even after the Eagle Horn bow hit at the end, and that's Tyler Hermes taking game 1 with the Cthulhu Druid. And Paladin Warlock left remaining for him. We'll see if Bibulus decides to throw out this Hunter once again. I mean, it's a pretty solid deck. He had a great start, but that Druid, if you land a threat and you're able to deal with the Highmane cleanly like that, and just roll into a threat like Ancient of War, unless you got a deadly shot waiting in the wings, you're going to be hard pressed to find a way to win that game, and that's exactly what Tyler Hermes was counting on, and he takes game 1.
Yeah, sort of the difference I've seen is there's 2 different ways the Hunter decks usually go. Number 1 is they play Flame Juggler, concerned for the early curve a little bit more. Or number 2, they play Deadly Shot and are concerned with handling some of those larger minions when you get towards the turns 5 through 8 range. And playing the Knife Jugglers, I'm going to venture to say that there is not Deadly Shots in his Hunter build, so probably just no way to answer that 5/10 effectively. Maybe a copy of Hunter's Mark.
Yeah.
We're going to giddy up fast in this one, though. Spinley into that shapeshift. Totem Golem and Flametongue Totem to follow up, while Tyler Hermes is playing N'Zoth Paladin, and this is a deck that I know that Chalky won DreamHack with, but consistently had pressure versus Shamans most of the time. And one of the reasons why is that True Silver Champion. The way that lines up versus so many of the Shaman minions, it's just such a valuable card. And then if you can get past the early game okay, you can stabilize with a large Forbidden Healing and really keep them from putting pressure on you the rest of the time. But this Flametongue Totem here is going to really speed up that clock.
Yeah. But he does have Forbidden Healing sitting in his hand. He does have Aldor Peacekeeper, which is great for sort of deactivating these big threats. Even Totem Golem or Flaming Faceless, things like that. Stampeding Kodo can do a lot of work. So Tyler Hermes has a lot of ways to fight back. It's just, can he make it to this early game without taking too much damage, without getting pressured too much to the point where Bibulus can just burn him out in the mid game.
Yeah, but you can see why the Flame Tongue Totem is such a big problem here as well. Really wants to kill the Totem Golem, but he'll take extra damage to do it. And peeling off the Flame Tongue Totem actually pulls more power off the board. But it's already gotten its immediate value. It was effectively a 4-power charge minion.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the difference here is that with the weapon swing, it doesn't return that damage. And that's one of the reasons why True Silver Champion is such a great answer here. But the presence on board has just already mounted for Bibulus. And it's going to go with the with the Totem Golem there. Look at Bibulus going, yeah, take that damage.
Either that or he was dancing because he drew Doomhammer. One of the two. I mean, both of those things are great, but he knew that with that Flame Totem living, he had Argent Horse Rider in his hand. And, I mean, I hate to call these early, but this game is...
It's looking really rough.
It's looking bad.
And Consecrate going to be able to clean up a considerable amount of this. And then does have Forbidden Healing, but it's only for 10. And that Doomhammer represents 16 damage, 19 with the Rockbiter, on top of the 3 from the Rockbiter itself. I mean, just his hand does 22 damage over the next couple turns. And that's not even counting the Shapeshift activations.
Yeah. So Tyler Hermes is going to try and fight back here, see what he can get done. Consecration won't even clear the board. He would clear all but one. He could leave the... Oh.
That's pretty out of order there. Does take 2 extra damage.
Yeah.
The Flame Tongue sticking. And Bibulus might like to see him actually hang on to this Doomhammer for a turn. Simply in the case that if Harrison Jones shows up, let's take a look. 5. No, even if Harrison Jones shows up, he's got lethal next turn with the Rockbiter and the Hero Power. So his sequencing here is pretty inconsequential. And Tyler Hermes, I think the writing's on the wall. Back-to-back Forbidden Healings may be able to do something, but no, it's 12 from the Doomhammer next turn and 1 from the Finley. So even if he heals here, 12, 13, I would say alive by 1.
And then he can heal for 12 the following turn.
Let me think.
But, I mean, judging by his mouse overs here, it looks like he wants to Wild Pyro Forbidden Healing. But I feel like that 1 damage, you're foregoing 4 points of heal to get rid of 1 point of damage on the board.
Yeah, but he's playing for long term here, clearly. I mean, just hoping that Bibulus doesn't have the extra damage in hand. He does. Got that Rockbiter. So we're going to game number 3, boys. Tied up.
All right. And I feel like this is one of the reasons why N'Zoth Paladin fell out a little bit. These high-pressure decks can sometimes just force it into a situation where it gets pressured out too much. And N'Zoth Paladin is a deck that it doesn't win very quickly. Even when it stabilizes, it still just takes a while for it to close out the game. And with decks like that, where you don't sort of have that ultimate inevitability, sometimes you can just get pressured out by these mid-range decks. And definitely going to have to see how it performs. I still like the deck. I mean, I still think it has potential. I think people were so quick to jump on the bandwagon because it was one of the decks that everybody was having success with early on. But I don't think people really took the time to refine it once it fell out. But I think there's still room for it. We'll have to see. But we're going to move into game number 3 here. Bibulus playing the Priest. And he's very happy with this draw. Not entirely sure why. But I guess Entomb is a great card in this matchup because not only does it steal a big threat, but it also means that that threat's not going to be brought back by N'Zoth, which in these control matchups means a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean, being able to entomb the right threats is definitely an important part of this N'Zoth. With the counter matchup of this N'Zoth Paladin matchup, you entomb a couple big death rattles, and N'Zoth gets way less value than it normally would.
Mm-hmm. All right, well,
Here we go.
These 1/1s can start doing work. That's a thing.
Yeah, this is honest. This is one of the situations where Paladin is often favored. It's simply because of the 1/1 pressure. Like Chalky added in Justicar, Trueheart to this build, simply so he could keep the 1/1s turning in the control matchup, making 2 instead of making 1, because that battle cry is a big difference. Like, this pressure really adds up. When you're playing hero power that doesn't have a way to actually build, the 1/1s can quite literally win the game.
Yeah, very true. And good way to answer this with the True Silver Champion. Shifted Shade is one of my favorite cards of the set. It can do a lot of things. It's a 4/3 that effectively draws you a card, even though that card's usually inconsequential. What is he praying for, Tyrion?
Yeah, of course. Second is off, maybe. Happy about the equality. Maybe you won't be so happy in 30 or so turns, but
yeah.
Looks like he's eyeing this Doomsayer here. I don't mind the Doomsayer here. It kind of alleviates the 1/1 pressure for a turn, and then you can stick Justicar Trueheart to the board. It's a pretty dead card in this matchup to begin with, so anytime you can find some value... Oh! Well, I was going to say anytime you can find some value from it, you're pretty happy, but that is reverse value for Bibulus.
Reverse value. What's the opposite of value?
Worthless.
Source.com. Oh, it's giving me math.
Yeah, I'll do it a better way. Value antonym.
Yeah, detriment, disadvantage. The opposite of value is...
So I think if something doesn't have value, it's worthless, right? I feel like they're dropping the ball here. Come on, thesaurus.com. Give me something. Embrace the Shadow joins Bibulus' hand.
Could be helpful later on. I mean, it might end up getting it a little bit extra damage for Bibulus, depending on what he actually has in this deck as far as, like, heal spells goes. If he has flash heals. But another thing is with this Justicar Trueheart, all of a sudden Embrace the Shadows and Alkanai Soul Priest allow you to deal 4 damage with that hero power. So...
Let's see how Tyler wants to go ahead and handle this one.
No time for games.
He's going to throw out this Sylvanas, and that's honestly one of the ones I think you should be protecting a little bit more. This is, it's very key to not get this card entombed, because then it's a lot easier for your Tyrion to get stolen.
Yeah. And decides to trade in the 1/1s as well.
Yeah, I think it's fine. One of the ways I've found a lot of success in this matchup is actually letting Tyrion get entombed, letting Cairn get entombed, and then using Wild Pyromancer equality with Sylvanas to steal back the Tyrion that eventually gets played. There's going to be equality. Isn't going to take the Sylvanas, just says, nope, I want it dead, and that's going to mean that Sylvanas is rezzing to N'Zoth later on.
I mean, I guess he really wants Tyrion.
Oh, Bibulus really wants Tyrion. You saw him kind of praying for it earlier.
Yeah. Well, maybe he wants to entomb N'Zoth.
Just gonna hold off the first N'Zoth.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, this is no problem.
Not a problem.
I'll let it through.
Let him pass.
Tyrion clocks me, not a big deal. Yeah.
It's only 1 more damage than the Ashbringer.
No other play here from Tyler Hermes. Really taking this one slow. It's just going to be the 4/5 to steal. Cabal Shadow Priest on a 1/1, I think, is totally fine in this matchup. You get to check your opponent's 1/1s and have a little bit of poke damage going through.
Wild Pyromancer picked up. He's got to play something this turn. He can go with Consecration and attack in, or you can just Aldor Peacekeeper, Hero Power, call it a day. Save the obs for him. Make sure you fit in hero powers pretty much every turn is pretty key to this matchup, just because you have a way to interact with the board and your opponent does not with their hero power. I suppose it is, but not directly.
8 cost Forbidden Shaping, and I'll tell you what, it's the second one of those we've seen over the weekend. I literally don't feel like I've ever seen that card before. Like when I did my card review, I think I just skipped totally over this one. And I saw it yesterday, and I was like, "Is that a bug? What's
Yeah.
6-10? And TJ instantly goes, "Oh, that's Eldritch Horror." I was like, "How do you know that?" I just played this in Arena.
Yeah, and it sucked. My opponent just played like a Boulder Fist Ogre, and I'm like, oh, God!
One damage off of killing it.
Let me think.
Like Eldritch Horror hits him the first time, he gets hit back, and he goes, "Whoa!" And then with the dying breath, the Boulder Fist Ogre swings back, and you're like, "Gotcha!"
Champion.
Yeah. I mean, a 110, that is the ultimate dude killer.
Welcome to the exhibit.
I love Museum Curator. I love him more for his attitude than his effect.
Don't touch that.
Don't touch that.
All I have to do is do a very poor impression of a card, and Admiral will be prompted. He's like, I can't let that poor impression stick.
You're right. That is actually
You're right, that's all you have to do.
That's kind of what goes through my head. I'm like, I think I can do that. I think I can do that impression.
He attacked him with the Eldritch Horror to one of these Eldor Peacekeepers, but he attacked into the full health one instead of the one that was at 2 health.
Trying to set up to make sure either one of them dies to the Infested Tauren when it trades over.
Yeah.
Let me
Then it's better to attack with a minion for sure than it is to attack the player here. Just try to chip away at the board, because all Bibulus really has to do is just not die. I mean, his game plan looks pretty solid right now. He's got 2 Entombs, he's already got N'Zoth, he's already got the Justice card hero power, he's got a Shadow Word Death, and he can handle everything. All he has to do is not die. And under the dude pressure, that's one of the ways that you can die, is just your opponent making 2 1/1s a turn.
The dude pressure. Did.
move quickly.
Dude. What does mine say?
What does what say?
You remember Dude, Where's My Car?
Oh.
That scene?
I haven't seen
It's
that.
like the most famous scene from the movie. That's like the only one I remember.
I haven't seen that movie since I was like 6.
To be a child again. Eldritch Horror being the ultimate dude slayer here. Yeah, see, production knows. Giving us the dude suite.
Someone at home is thinking like, did you watch Dude, Where's My Car when he was 6?
Someone at
Did he-
home's thinking,
Did he
What's
even
the
understand
Dude, Where's My
anything?
yeah, what kind of parents did you have to let you watch that?
Should he be watching Wizard of Oz or Beauty and the Beast?
Which I watched my share of those. I still watch those. It's a tale as old as time. It's a song as old as rhyme.
Beauty and the Beast.
And we'll see where Tyler Hermes has got a lot of really not good decisions.
Yeah.
Just all kind of mediocre. Silence the Eldritch Horror. I'm just going to silence the Auchenai here, fearing what could be lost from it. And that silence being used liberally, that means that so Bibulus may have a chance to actually stick one of those powerful effects to the board.
Yeah. Bibulus does have to be sort of patient here with his N'Zoth. If only because he hasn't seen a single, equality clear yet. He has seen a consecration, but so many activators still left in the deck. There's N'Zoth for Tyler Hermes. At the moment, he's only had a Sylvanas die.
I'm going to put that Excavated Evil back. Says, here you go. Now second steal from that Shifting Shade. What's it going to be? Acolyte of Pain isn't any good.
It's actually
We're all
terrible.
playing cards, but this is a matchup where, kind of similar to some of the stuff we saw yesterday, don't really want to draw too many cards. Bibulus is just going to throw it out there.
Yeah.
Curious about the deck sizes here. I mean, this is one of those situations. It's pretty tough to outright pressure your opponent. Not only that, but Tyler Hermes also has this copy of Edric in here. So Edric was included in this build initially because it just had solid potential on turn 7 to just buy you some more time, but mainly as post N'Zoth, being able to shut down 3+ minions to 1 health is a major swing on the board for a card that's also got a 3/7 body attached to it.
Yeah.
So he's got actually kind of a lot of checks to the big board swings that Babyless will be able to provide later on. Stealing giant minions and adding them to the board, being able to play that in Assault and bring back all those death rattles. This is shaping up to be a really interesting game, and this is where you see the dude pressure actually start to be a difference. It's difficult for Bibulus to get something on board here and have it just not outright die to 1/1s. In order to take care of these, he's going to have to use resources. And so 3 hero powers for Tyler Hermes has forced resources from Bibulus. Now you add a real threat to the board to couple with these, and it's very difficult for your opponent to really get something going here. This is why Justicar's in the deck.
Yeah. And I mean, you can't just out-heal this. You just can't do it. Excavated Evil picked up. It's getting bounced around. He does have Shadow of Death to answer this Ragnos Light Lord, but I mean, sort of what you're mentioning here, just Tyler Hermes just doesn't even have to do anything right now. I mean, I guess he has to play a card, just because he doesn't want to overdraw one of these big threats, but
yeah, I think he's fine to just throw away Humility here. He has two wild Pyromancers, 2 Equalities, N'Zoth, Edric, Consecrate. What does he need? He can kill anything that Bibulus plays just with his board. I think you throw away Humility and go for it from there. Now, throwing away Wild Pyromancer is also fine as well because you have the copy of Consecrate in your hand, but playing this Wild Pyromancer is going to make it a lot harder to throw away spells from your hand.
Yeah. Maybe he wants to throw away spells.
Bibulus is kind of laughing like, come on, play something. I have 2 Entombs in hand. Play the Tyrion. Yep, this is a problem. I don't think Tyler thought through this turn. He didn't ask himself what happens if Bibulus does nothing. You want to attack there first, buddy.
Yeah.
Just... Oh, no! By the holy light! And actually doesn't make dudes and just passes. Like, oh my gosh, what did I just do? And Bibulus throws out the thing!
Oh my god! That has got to be the weirdest play we've seen all day.
Yeah, a pretty big misstep here from Tyler Hermes. Ragnaros gets picked up, though. Curious about this Wild Pyromancer. Yeah, I don't know about that, Tyler Hermes. I think he's dwelling on that last play a little bit too much. Wow. Equality's off the Alkanai Soul Priest.
Well, now N'Zoth is going to have a lot of room to do some work. Bibulus just needs to get out one more equality, and he can start. And he can play this N'Zoth and get all this value back. I mean, he has, double Shifting Shade, Infested Tauren.
Yeah, that Tyrion's not looking good right now. I mean, you have to know this is getting entombed. Bibulus throws out the fist pump. Yeah. Yeah. Give me that Tyrion.
Gotta be happy about that one.
I don't think I've ever seen an entomb fly out of someone's hand so quickly.
They continue to be at full health, This 1/1 pressure is just not getting to him. I mean, Acidic Swamp Ooze will help him deal with the Ashbringer from his own Tyrion.
Yep, does have the Sylvanas Nut N'Zoth as well. Pretty significant in swinging back this board.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Is he going to entomb this one? It's like he's just going to play the Tyrion.
Yeah, that's actually quite dangerous. He's going to take a lot of damage if he does this.
Put your faith in the
No, not necessarily. We're going to see how Tyler Hermes decides to handle this. He can't actually punch through it immediately. Unless he picks up a weapon here. This might just be attack, make a dude, and go.
Yeah. He's going to use Consecration. Now he has 0 activators left for equality. I suppose he does have 1/1s.
Well, that using that second quality is
Power? Okay.
potentially really bad for him now.
Well played.
I mean, this N'Zoth, if Bibulus has been paying attention to how many equalities that is, this N'Zoth is powerful.
Yeah.
He's just going to buy some more time, though. I mean, no, not really under any pressure to get this done as quickly as possible. Just going to throw the Flash Gale in here as well. With both the Zalkanized and that Embrace the Shadows gone, this is just purely a heal card.
Yeah. True Silver Champion instantly whipped out of the hand.
Reporting for duty.
But that's going to meet a swift end, it feels. To Harrison Jones. He's going to get the attack in. But, I mean, Bibula's still under some pressure here. There's 6 damage staring at him on the board.
Yeah, I think Tyler realizes that in order to win this game, he's going to actually have to get the damage done. This isn't a situation where he can just wait anymore and have the inevitability.
Yeah, he's only got 3 cards left. And imagine, one of those is a Death Rattle. Probably Karen.
Yep, and there's more heal for Bibulus' turn, really kind of shutting this down. Second Doomsayer is no good. I mean, this may just be N'Zoth.
Eject Appear.
Yep. So instead, it's going to be build into just a board. Let my opponent use what I assume are their last resources, and then N'Zoth. I mean, those are the 2 options he's thinking about right now.
He's just not even bringing back much. Right now it's just Sylvanas, right? With N'Zoth.
Well, you say just Sylvanas, but he's seen Shadow or Deaths. He's seen Entombs. This Sylvanas is threatening.
Yeah.
Well, there's the second one right off the top. Perfect timing. What if Tyler Hermes just drew a youthful Brewmaster?
Godlike. We've seen stranger things today and yesterday. He's trying to plan out his plays from here on out. But I just feel like Bibulus is sort of on autopilot now. He's seen N'Zoth. He doesn't have to worry about any threats anymore. Just play your own N'Zoth. I'm almost out of cards. Forbidden Healing. Not the best. Last card, probably Karen. Or some type of Death Rattle. I can't imagine you'd only play Tyrion Sylvanas. But I guess just Tyrion Sylvanas is good enough with N'Zoth. Feels like the deck could have more potential than that.
Yep, here's the second Forbidden Shaping from Bibulus. Gonna net him an Alec here, the Windlord, which is not too good right now. We'll buy him something. Do you like that first attack? Maybe not the second one. Out of cards. It's unfortunate if Karen is the last card here. But just really no options for Tyler Hermes. He's got to just play stuff and hope that it's enough.
Yeah.
Reporting for duty.
Makes the guy get in some more damage. And Bibulus is going to wait until the last possible moment to play this N'Zoth here, it feels. He's got 4 cards remaining. One of those is a Rag. But probably Excavated Evil here is going to have to be the choice, just to get rid of that extra power on the board.
Trying to stave off. Yeah, but now into Fatigue. I mean, does have a lot of time with those 2 Forbidden Healings.
The Excavated Evil delayed Fatigue by 1 turn. He's got nothing. He's got a hero power. That's his threat right now. I mean, I guess if he gets these hero powers going, Equality will actually have sort of an activation. Also, Excavated Evil will give Equality an activation as well. So, I mean, there's a chance. Rag is not the best when you're talking about a board that's full of 1/1s.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, N'Zoth here is a little scary.
Tyrion. Infested Torrent.
Yeah, I forgot about the Tyrion. You're right. The Tyrion shuts this down. Yeah, that's not scary.
double shifting shade as well.
You can cast Excavated Evil, sacrifice those shifting shades, and get 2 more copies of Excavated Evil if you wanted. If you've seen here the expenditure of the equalities in the Wild Pyros as Tyler Hermes chose to use them, as this is the consequence of that.
Yeah. Attack first.
Yeah, I believe that 2-2 around as well. I don't think it matters too much at this juncture.
Reporting for duty.
I mean, Bibios has pretty much got this locked down. He can just kind of continue to chew through the board, and the Excavated Evil is just going back and forth. This card's cool. I want to see more stuff like this.
I mean, I guess it's a pretty good way to have dealt with the N'Zoth, but I mean, how do you win from here? It's just going to be threat after threat, and you would just have 1/1s for the rest of the game.
Major Domo, or we go.
Major Domo. Oh.
That's it. We go. I'm out, guys. I'll see you later. TJ's solo cast the rest of the day.
Nope.
Imagine the 10 hours solo cast.
Especially with me.
What is that supposed to mean?
I get loopy casting 10 hours with the duo.
I suck.
I can't even do a museum curator impression. Yeah. Sylvanas still in the deck.
That's the measure of whether or not you're a good caster. How good your museum curator impression is.
Yeah.
I can see like the Blizzard Overlord. Next. He's like, hey, I've been a broadcaster for 12 years. I've been working in traditional radio for about 5 of those years now, and Hearthstone's been a really big passion of mine, and more importantly, gaming in general. So we've heard enough. Can you do a museum curator impression? Pardon? A museum curator impression? What do you mean, like a general museum curator? Like, is this guy kidding? All right, get out. Next.
Next. They hit the red button and he falls to a chute in the ground.
It's Mr. Burns who's coming up with all the contestants.
Yep.
Unleash the hounds. Leok again! Damn you, Leok! Mr. Burns, that couples nicely with Unleash the Hounds. Smithers, I will not tolerate your insolence.
Reporting for duty.
Well, this game's still going on. That's for sure. Tyler's trying to make the best use of these Doomsayers, but
I'm out of cards.
Shadowward Pain plus the hits from this Ashbringer, I don't even know if it's going to be worth it. Kill us off, I mean, I guess.
You go for double Excavated Evil.
Is that just lethal? I think it is.
I've not quite.
Oh, he won't take fatigue next turn because he put the Excavated Evil in his deck.
Almost out of cards.
He put 2 Excavated Evils in his deck, so now he's 2 turns away from fatigue. That might have been a mistake. I think he thought he had lethal.
Not quite what was planned.
Especially with Forbidden Healings.
He's like, my bad. I thought you were done.
Reporting for duty.
Wait a minute. Is there a chance that Tyler Hermes wins this game because of that? It's the first point of fatigue, so probably not.
I mean, he can heal up and Shadow Madness, guaranteed 8 damage. He can't really play anything, though.
I'm out of cards.
And there's the endless line of Excavated Evils.
I mean, I think
Reporting for duty.
Tyler Hermes' plan is honestly pretty solid here. He's like, yeah, hopefully you just fatigue out. Because the Ragnar shots just keep hitting dudes.
Yeah.
He's got 2 copies of Excavated Evil. It's actually a little bit difficult for Bibulus to invest too far in the board, and he's got humility for the Sylvanas. I wonder if there's a chance that Tyler Hermes pulled this out because of those excavated evils. He needs that to stop happening, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be tough because he's so far behind on fatigue, and he has no way to gain health anymore.
Yeah, he needed those shots to keep hitting dudes is what he needed.
The victory is yours.
Yeah, that's going to scoop it up. That's going to do it.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, Bibulus takes a 2-1 victory here, and just one deck remaining. Just the Hunter deck remaining now, which we saw earlier on in the day. And Tyler Hermes back to the drawing board with this N'Zoth Paladin. Not quite what was planned there, I think. Probably a couple plays earlier in the game that he could have made maybe be more efficient to put himself in a better position going into the late game. But nonetheless, pretty good game from Bibulus. One game away now from securing his spot in the top 4, getting into the money.
It's a big deal. I mean, just one game away. That Hunter deck didn't quite get the job done in game number 1 here, but Tyler Hermes, playing this Paladin deck can be an incredibly difficult task at times. And kind of watching him at times struggle with certain board states and using resources that are a little bit more valuable in the later stages early on, I think is something that he needs to be doing against Hunter, for instance. Like, you have to be stabilizing the board and be worrying about the rest of it afterwards. In that game in particular, he needed to be doing it right away. So I think his game against some of these other ones is going to be a lot better than we saw in the pre-game. The pre-game, it's a tough one to navigate. You need a lot of experience playing those control matchups to be able to line up everything perfectly. But here, he's free to expend the resources and just try to stay alive. That's the big deal.
Yep. Well, we'll see how it's going to play out. Pretty decent curve for Bibulus here.
Well met.
With 2, 3, 4,
Reporting.
yada yada Call of the Wild.
Just yada yada over the best part, man.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Call of the Wild.
You can't just yada yada potential Savannah High main.
I guess you're right.
Hey, speak to me.
But just going to throw out this Acolyte of Pain, which will get eaten up by the huge Toad, but Tyler Hermes just wants to draw this card, get it out of the way. Animal Companion, Huffer.
Woo. It's always Huffer. We know
It's
that.
going to the face.
Yeah, Choose Over Champion won't answer this, but ideally you want it to be Liak or Misha on this answer. Not too bad, but it works.
Yeah. Gets rid of a Houndmaster target. So Bibulus is going to have to find another way to get that activated. See what he picks up off the top. It is going to be Eaglehorn Bow. Bibulus can start playing the pressure game. It's a little bit dangerous against this type of deck. Because of the sheer amount of feeling that they have, and how much of a wrench Tyrion throws into much of these plans.
Yeah.
And automatic goose from Tyler Hermes plus a hero power, sort of cruise controlling to victory here.
And we'll see if Bibulus can line up this Flame Juggler nicely. Second Eaglehorn Bow. It's got to be a little bit disappointing if you're in Tyler's spot, just going, oh man, come on, I had it.
Yeah.
This Flame Juggle would like to hit this juggle as well. So likely Sylvanas or Kodo here. It's going to be the Kodo here. Doesn't want just the Sylvanas to be cleaned up by the Eaglehorn Bow charge.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. I would have liked to see him kill the Flame Juggler with the weapon and then play the Sylvanas to try and contest one of these 6-drops, preemptively contest, but this play makes a lot of sense too. Stampeding Kodo sometimes can struggle to find a target in this matchup. It's one of the best ways to take out Liak, especially after Call of the Wild's played, if you really need to pick that off. But definitely if you can get value out of it, it's usually to get it immediately because it's not guaranteed to get that the rest of the game.
Yeah. My real fear for Tyler here is that he doesn't have a real healing effect. And so if he can get Tyrion down prior to the Call of the Wild, that's good. But Bibulus has clearly been saving this coin for that turn. And isn't going to Houndmaster here, just going to Hero Power and pass. And Humility, I mean, getting Sylvanas down is important as well. I'd like to see the Sylvanas this turn is very much, and not to use that True Silver Champion. Let that Kodo be vulnerable in this spot, I think.
Yeah.
Get that Sylvanas down. Now, the Call of the Wild looks a little bit better for Bibulus. Not too much more. I mean, still kind of brutal because that's Sylvanas, so this may get delayed a turn. And if this gets delayed, that's actually good news for Tyler because he wants to get that Tyrion down. So this Sylvanas kind of showing the power of why it's in here. It's not necessarily for the steal effect. Sometimes it's just to occupy a heavy amount of resources from your opponent. Like in this situation, if Bibulus chooses to answer Sylvanas, he's actually not doing anything else. And that is very important against a Hunter turn 7.
But if you play Call of the Wild, your opponent just attacks Sylvanas and Demetia. If they steal Huffer, they deal with the Leok. If they steal the Leok, they just kill the Huffer. Yep. So either way, it's a full board clear, and you spend 8 mana to give your opponent a card, effectively, give your opponent a minion, and deal 5 damage. So I think it's sort of necessary to deal with Sylvanas prior to playing it, even though it feels probably not that great. He's going to whittle away with the hero power, but now he's got to play Call of the Wild into Tyrion.
Yep. This is a great pan out for Tyler Hermes. Now, if he can pick up Forbidden Healing, this game is going to be smooth sailing for him. Yeah. If he does not pick up Forbidden Healing, that's when it gets a little bit tough. But pretty much any other situation, and Tyler Hermes is coming out on top of this.
Yeah. Bill's just trying to think what's the best line of play here. I mean, Savannah Highmane into Freezing Trap might even be better. Even if you bounce the Kodo, you still get an extra charge in the bow, which you might need.
It's curving the Sylvanas into the Tyrion. It has destroyed Bibulus' game plan. Mm-hmm. And that's why these legendaries are in this deck, is to occupy resources and then stabilize.
And then bring them back.
Savannah Highmane, that's going to get silenced. And Kodo gets to join the hand again. We'll see how Tyler wants to handle this. I mean, there's definitely... I mean, attacking with Tyrion first is a disaster.
Yeah. Kind of would have liked to see the attack first, just in case it was explosive.
Alright, so Kodo is attacking first here, it looks like. Yep. And trading off on the Highmane's still not bad here, but I think he wants the damage instead. Yep.
Yeah.
This is really tough for Bibulus. I mean, getting through this Tyrion is a nightmare.
He can get through it, but it involves taking a hit with the Eaglehorn bow, which means he's just going to die on the backswing to the Ashbringer and what's on board. He has to trade in Huffer, trade in an attack from his bow, and the Highmane.
This is not good for Bibulus. I think we're going to game 5, TJ.
I think so.
He's even got N'Zoth. He can bring back the Sylvanas and the Tyrion.
Yeah. He can just win the game here.
Yeah, he does just have lethal here, too.
Huge Toad going to come out. Okay, I guess it's lethal regardless. As long as one of these survives.
As long as one? Yep, you're right. Well played to Tyler Hermes this one.
Yeah.
Sylvanas setting up that Tyrion. Just to spike it down.
Mm-hmm.
Can imagine them playing volleyball. I imagine Tyrion's pretty good at volleyball.
His armor's too heavy.
Yeah, but then on the beach, he's got to strip the armor off.
Nah, it doesn't happen like that.
Look, don't you take away my fantasies, okay?
Everybody knows that World of Warcraft and Hearthstone characters, all of their armor is glued to their bodies.
You've clearly never been in the middle of Stormwind right after school gets out.
Who's the most scantily clad Hearthstone card?
I don't know the answer. That's not really something I pay attention to.
It's Boardwalker. All he has is those armbands.
That's public indecency.
Yeah. He's hiding his guns.
It's getting hot in here.
All right, well, see if the juggle can hit. It does hit, so that's actually a pretty big deal. Now this Shadow Beast isn't going to stick around if an Abusive Sergeant would be used. So, pretty good juggle.
Power Overwhelming, Organ Infiltrator. I like Power Overwhelming. I think it's definitely better in this matchup. And that Sea Giant in hand, this could be a looming threat for Bibulus. You know, he can get past the initial onslaught pretty easily, but if the board gets to like any pressure built state and that Sea Giant comes down, say turn 6,
Yeah.
that is going to be a major issue. So Eagle Hornbow, nice pickup here to just start answering this. We'll contest the Voidwalker as well. And a weak pickup for Tyler this turn. I'd like to see him play that Possessed Villager.
Yeah. Not really
Very
any
nice
good
call.
targets here for Eagle Hornbow. Sort of forcing him into a situation where he has to attack into an Abusive Sergeant if he wants it. But, I mean, I think double 2-drop here might be the play. Hold on to that Eagle Hornbow to try and... Oh, nope, he's going to make the attack, try and protect these drops, and gets the Infested Wolf. So, I mean, still some 5 drops to play, so it's going to be a bit before that comes down. But just having things to play on curve as the Hunter is super important in this matchup because it really isn't that great of a matchup.
Yeah, I think Tyler's probably relegated to Forbidden Ritual here. I mean, the Voidwalker just not really getting the job done. He's going to go with it anyway. Wow, picks up Knife Juggler. That's a pretty huge one.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get those juggles next turn.
I'm interested by that trade. I mean, I guess he's just trying to make sure the board gets chewed down properly. Ooh, Argent Squire dies to that Kodo. That's mega bad for Tyler.
Yeah. I mean, there's some good targets here for Knife Juggler plus Forbidden Ritual, but, I mean, at the same time, feels like not much of this stuff is going to stick. He's got to think, do I go with 5 1/1s here, or do I play Knife Juggler, go with 3 1/1s, try and land some of these juggles?
Yeah, the 3/1/1s I think is vastly superior in this situation. I think you can consider trading first as well, but I think you want the extra 1/1 on board. I mean, he's clearly fearing Unleash the Hounds. That's the thought that's going through Tyler's head.
Yeah.
So this will be 4 1/1s, it looks like, if this is the case. I honestly wouldn't mind just seeing the Darkshire Councilman here either.
Oh, man. He's feeling bold today.
Wow.
See if he can hit these juggles. First one miss. Second one hit. Pretty poor outcome.
Yeah, this is not the turn that Tyler Hermes needed. I mean, the fact that he didn't kill off this whole board means now Knife Juggler rips. Bibulus gets free development. Even going to fit in the hero power. So weaker play, fit in the hero power, but no Sea Giant this turn. So Flame Imp going to continue to work. Kind of works. It's working the opposite way right now.
Yeah. I mean, Darkshire Councilman Flame Imp sort of has to be played, but you Flame Imp tap, you go down to 15. Is that... Can you afford to take that much damage, especially since you really don't have a lot of control over the board at the moment?
Yeah, I don't know.
Pretty tough situation here for Tyler Hermes.
I mean, I guess he's not life tapping if he's going this way.
I suppose so. I mean, can he win now with just the natural draw plus a Sea Giant?
Yeah,
That trade's a little weird considering he's got Sea Giant in his hand.
He's very concerned with Unleash the Hounds, and I don't think that's okay right now. I mean, at this point, if your opponent has Unleash the Hounds, you're probably just going to lose the game anyway. So hoping they just don't have it is probably a better call.
Yeah. think Bibulus is going to realize how threatening the Starkshire Councilman is, and it's going to have to trade in and quick shot it. I mean, he's still in a great spot. He hasn't taken too much damage. He's grown into a Call with a Wild turn next turn, which is usually the nail in the coffin. Even after this quick shot, he can develop a Stranglethorn Tiger behind it. I mean, I think this game is all Bibulus right now.
Yeah, the Stranglethorn Tiger is a big deal. Well, that's kind of a big deal. So Sea Giant and just Forbidden Ritual for 2 here actually sets... So if he goes to 18, and then he has 8, 9 to 11, 12, 13, 14, 15... He actually, if Bibulus doesn't trade off the board here, or if Tyler picks up a lot of extra damage from hand, it could be potential lethal. So like the Call of the Wild is going to shut that down. But from Tyler Hermes' perspective, that Forbidden Ritual draw is actually pretty important.
Mm-hmm.
So many possibilities.
Trade, no ritual. Pretty surprised by that, because now he's not contesting this very well at all.
And Bibulus is just going to push damage here. I can't imagine any type of trades are going to come out. He can push 11. Threaten lethal next turn with just Stranglethorn Tiger sitting on the board, and Bibulus, he's praying. I mean, I feel like those Forbidden Rituals should be on the board right now.
Yeah, but I don't think it mattered too much at the end of the day.
Yeah.
There's no way to answer this pressure. And then down to 4. I mean, even if you did answer the board, you'd have to kill your opponent in 1 turn afterwards. Because that Hunter Hero Power chipping away, I think this is checkmate.
Yeah, I think Bibulus has done it.
So many possibilities.
Tyler Hermes trying to figure out a way that he can survive, but I don't see one. He's not going to see one. He taps out, concedes. That means Bibulus takes the series, moves on to the round of 4, puts himself in the money.
Dancing.
And he's dancing.
I'd be happy too.
Yeah, that was a really impressive performance there at the end. And Tyler Hermes just not getting it done with the N'Zoth Paladin, not getting it done with the Zoo Warlock, despite getting that early win with Cthulhu Druid. And a tough series for him. Make it to the round of 8, though. Nothing to scoff at. Pretty nice. But Bibulus got to be feeling really good, as you could see by the dancing, to make it onto that round of 4.
Always a good spot to be in. I remember playing in one of these at PAX South. I was kind of walking the floor, and I saw this sign-up taking place. I was like, yeah, I'll go ahead and play. This looks like it's fun. And go from there. It was it's certainly a blast playing these. Handshake from both players afterwards. Sportsmanship, of course, across the board. Nice GG there. But top 4 at this point. Now is where we start getting those money jumps.
Yep. Yeah, so 1.3K prize pool for the Open here at the Philly Comic-Con. 500 to first, 400 to second, 200 each for third and fourth. So getting to that finals is actually a big deal because you sort of double the amount of money you make. You get really far up there as far as prize breakdown. So these semifinals are going to be incredibly important. We have one more round of 8 match to broadcast, which is going to happen coming up next. Before we jump into that match, of course, we're going to have to go to a quick break. But plenty more action on Hearthstone left to get. We still have about, 8 hours after the Geico Open at Philly Comic-Con. We're going to be broadcasting the end of the Future Tournament number 3. So the semifinals and the finals of that. So lots of great stuff today. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. Stay in your seats. Well, maybe go to the restroom first, but then come back to your seats because more One Nation Gamers action will continue right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Geico Open at the Wizard World Comic Con in Philadelphia. My name is Azimo QT, aka the TJ Sanders, and I'm joined by Nathan. That's Admirable Zamora. 1-2 punch. We're about to jump into the last round of 8 match of the day for the Geico Open here. It's going to be Muserock versus BD Schools. Both of these players, Admirable, we did see yesterday, and these were two of the players that I was the most impressed with out of the lineup of players that we saw. Oh, muted.
Same. Muserock just coming correct with strong decks, and BD Schools was doing the same. Both players had focus and just kind of playing their cards and beating them up. Some good old-fashioned brawling.
Yeah. You know, that's what I like to see in Hearthstone. People taking arrows, people pointing them right at the face. And both these players have Hunter. Hunter's been a pretty popular deck. I think Hunter and Priest have been the two most popular decks. And neither of these players have Priest. These guys sort of had more standard decks, except for Muserock's Paladin deck. This is a deck that I was talking about earlier on in the day. This deck is sort of a deck that I feel like it's built around Steward of Darkshire. It has a lot of those 1-health minions. It has a lot of minions that don't necessarily synergize with many other things. Ironbeak Owl, it's got Justicar Trueheart in it as well, and it tops out a Tyrion. So it's a really interesting deck. He did manage to find a win with it yesterday to move on to the round of 8. So I'm curious to see how it's going to perform against BD Schools, who has just a solid lineup, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed to be Muserock with his Paladin deck. The only thing I was concerned with was the amount of kind of utility he had built into it. It was a little bit all over the place with some of the choices, going very early, scaling into the mid game, scaling into the late game, having choices that you would use traditionally a deck that just wants to push very early, and kind of having all those tools together. If you draw a lot of those tools, your deck is not going to perform very well. You have to get some sort of structure and work and operate on a curve. That's the only thing I'm concerned with in the rest of his lineup. Everything else I think looked totally good. I think their play looks solid. But I think given that Paladin deck with some of the choices in there, I'm going to give the advantage over here to BD Schools.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. Shaman as well seems to be, you're sort of sacrificing the power of Shaman in order to go with a more off-the-wall deck like this Paladin deck. And Shaman's just so powerful at the moment. We've seen most of the players that are winning over the course of the last 2 days that we've seen here at the Open have been with lineups with Shaman in it, just because of the power level of it, especially against maybe decks that aren't as refined, which is what sometimes we see from maybe more inexperienced players. So looking at BD Schools to take this one, but Muserock did show some flashes of brilliance yesterday. And if that Steward of Darkshire Paladin can get a good matchup, I can see it maybe being able to hold a candle to Zoo. If it gets a good early start, it can use those Divine Shields and the strong early minions to try and wrestle control of the board and close out the game from there. So we should be moments away from jumping into the match. Players are deciding what deck to play on first. No bans in this format, just best 5, good old 3-deck conquest.
I love it.
And it looks like we're jumping in.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of bans in the last year of standing format. In the conquest format, not so big of a fan of them. I think I'd like to see a reverse ban in Conquest where you bring 4 decks and then you get the lineups and you ban one of your own decks.
Yeah.
So you tuck that one away and you go, you know what? I don't want to get swept with this build by my opponent's lineup. I'm going to do this one.
Yeah. I feel like right now, a lot of times people will ban a deck just because that's the strongest deck. They won't ban a deck because it's a counter to their strategy or anything like that. So I definitely agree with that, but we'll have to see. Hearthstone's still a young game. There's plenty of room for new formats to come in the future. And, yeah. So, wow, this is a decent early start for Muserock, but how is it going to stand up to Tunnel Trog, Totem Golem, into Coin Feral Spirits? Tunnel Trog into Coin Feral Spirits.
You're asking all the tough questions today, TJ. How on earth are you going to beat a regular Shaman hand?
Oh, man.
Like this play here from Muserock to protect this Knife Juggler with his Divine Shield. Now BD Schools is in a little bit of a tough spot. He can still get the favorable trade here with that Argent Horse Rider, but Muserock is setting himself up for that Murloc Tidecaller to further protect the Knife Juggler and get the value from the Juggles. This is wonderful play from Muserock here. A lot of times Knife Juggler on turn 2, it's not quite as strong as it used to be. You know, having 3 power meant you could contest a lot of different stuff. Now Knife Juggler does not contest Feral Spirit, and you can see BD Schools is very concerned with the power of Knife Juggler and knows that if this is the setup here, he's sniffing something out. Honestly, the level of play that we've seen from these two guys is pretty top quality, and we've seen skill levels all across the board from relatively inexperienced to very experienced. These guys are merging on the very experienced side of things.
Yeah.
And this play from BD Schools is top notch.
Yeah. And I don't know how much value Muzark's going to be able to get from this Divine Favor. Even the Blood Knight. I mean, maybe he can get an Argent Horse Rider on the board from his opponent. Or maybe he can make it so that the Divine Shield doesn't get traded into, but you sort of have to go for this type of play, where you have to go for this value.
He's kind of relegated to the Totem here. Healing Totem would be fantastic for him. Taunt Totem's pretty good as well. Yeah. But this is where Muzark's going to really start opening up. Something that Shaman doesn't deal well with is decks that could go wide on the board pretty easily. Mm-hmm. And I'd really like to see him save the Steward of Darkshire. He can get some immense value from this. Maybe even just consider attack and Blood Knight this turn. But it looks like he's going to be more considerable on his mana here. The Steward of Darkshire is still going to get good value. Anytime you make a 1/1 and it gets a Divine Shield, pretty darn good. He's got the Totem Golem checked. BD Schools almost certainly doesn't have Lightning Storm in his deck if Muzark paid attention yesterday. And a second copy of Doomhammer is really going to slow down his options at this point.
Yeah.
Feral
BD Schools just going to have to fight for the board, it feels. Do his best.
Consecration would be a really nice pickup. We did see that in his build yesterday. Knife Juggler's not too bad either. This is almost certainly Steward of Darkshire and Hero Power, though. You just continue to go wide on the board. Here's the thing. When Muzark gets the pressure mounting, BD Schools is going to be in an uncomfortable position because he's not really pushing enough damage to just go ahead and say, yeah, take your slightly favorable trades. Mm-hmm. I'll just push for damage. Muzark's still at 27 here. And if he chooses to go with this line's really interesting too. I do kind of like this one simply because he can continue to chew off the board here, and he's actually got 2 priority threats on board. And so they're both checked, but Muzark's making a little bit of progress here. Even going to chew further into that, he says, take your pick.
Yeah. But BD Schools does have a way to deal with both of these.
Yep. Tunnel Trog add to
something behind. Yeah, I think Tunnel Trog and Lightning Bolt is going to be the go-to here, because then he still has enough mana for Doomhammer next turn, and he's going to be able to buff that Tunnel Trog even a little bit further when Doomhammer is used. Yep. And
I think Muzark did a really good job this game, but BD School's draw has just been able to check it, and so it's giving an advantage a little bit over to Muzark here.
Yeah.
Eyeing that Blood Knight Divine Favor. I think I'd like to see just Blood Knight and Argent Protector.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not too great of a looking play, but it's better than nothing. That's not the right order.
Glory to the Sindora.
Yeah, I don't really know what that was for, but
let's see how BD Schools wants to answer this. He can either take 6 and keep his Tunnel Trog alive, or he can just push damage. It looks like he's going to go with the push damage and say, you trade.
Yeah. But Muzark is going to be able to get some value out of this Divine Favor.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, very welcome at this point. 3 card draws could make a big difference here, too.
Yeah. He's still going to have 3 mana to work with, even after emptying his hand here for this Divine Favor. Might be able to pick up something that can help him out.
Given all the tools we saw yesterday, do you think there's a chance there's an Acidic Swamp Ooze in here?
I really would have liked to see him wait to trade in case he picked up something that would have made this a little better. Iron Beak Owl, he could have preserved his Blood Knight by silencing down the Tunnel Trog and making it less.
Yep. So a couple missed sequences here from Muzark could end up costing him quite a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, mama.
Yeah, that Flamewave Faceless is most likely going to get in some work. Now, BD Schools can make the decision here if he wants to go for Totem Golem and Argent Horse Rider to try and play a little bit more on curve, but he's going to be able to have, mana enough to play both of those next turn anyway. So Totem or Flamewave Faceless puts the most power on the board right now to try and get those swings in.
kind of looking at it, I'm asking myself, what card does BD Schools lose to? And Blessing of Kings is a card that could just get so much damage.
Yeah,
and so
that's
him
actually really
using
true.
Argent Horse Rider to just keep the board choked down and let the Doomhammer be his inevitability tool, I think is the right way here. In Muserock, those couple small miss sequences, I mean, you see he would have had probably 2 extra things that BD Schools would have had to attack through this game. And, think about it how you will, 2 extra actions from your opponent to get the same job done.
Yeah.
That's a lot harder.
Yep. And BD Schools now. I mean, where is this Rowling Blade even going? I mean, is this just going into the Argent Horse Rider?
Yeah, I think at this point it's just not enough. I mean, BD Schools has kind of trumped the opener. Here we are.
Just gonna try and hope that this trades in. Hope that he draws into a consecration, maybe. But
Hyper Faceless is going to shut this entire game down. I don't know any way that Muserock could get through this.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm looking like game number 1 over to BD Schools. This is pretty much checkmate.
yeah. We saw him open with Shaman yesterday and take a quick win in his series in the round of 16 that we watched. And now he's just doing the same thing. Should be seeing a concede here soon, as there's no way for him to survive even just on board. And yep, victory is yours. Muserock falls in game 1. BD Schools once again takes a quick one with Shaman.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, Shaman just, of course, one of the better decks that's out there right now. You see it all the time in competitive play. It often draws bans. It's a very strong deck on ladder right now. It's just got some of the more powerful cards in the game. Big deal. The game's opening, and if you have Tunnel Trog Totem Golem as a potential opener,
Yeah,
you are beating a lot of stuff. It kind of reminds me of the old coin shielded mini bot opens.
yeah.
And you're like, oh, okay, all right,
Yeah.
let's just go to the next game. Let's just pack these cards up and. God,
Corn shielded mini bot into shielded mini bot into shielded mini bot. Oh, it's arena.
I've done that in arena before, by the way. It was one arena draft. I was with some friends hanging out at just like a get together, and these guys they play Hearthstone, but they play they're like the once a week, very casual players. And they're like, I can't get more than 3 wins in arena. And I was like, let me show you how it's done. And I just take Paladin. I was like, Paladin's the strongest class, and like 4 of my first 10 picks are shielded minibot, I think. And I was like, okay, well, this one's just absurd. And they're like, shielded minibot really that good? And I'm like, yes, it is really that good.
I mean, I think the average trade-off for Divine Shield is what, like 2 health? 2 to 3 health. It's like 2.5 health. So shielded minibot, yeah, or 2 health are the equivalent mana. So like that's, I don't know, it's just absolutely ridiculous. But moving into Hunter versus this Paladin deck again from Muserock, and BD Schools has a pretty decent early hand here, and we'll see what he decides to go with. Probably just curve out with these 2 drops. No reason to try and corn out this Eaglehorn Bow. He's just going to go ahead, protect this huge toad, and move on. Argent Horse Rider picked up. Might just get killed on the backswing.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the powerful things about Huge Toad in this Hunter deck is Argent Horse Rider being such a popular card right now. Huge Toad, 50% of the time, answers it 1 for 1. And that's a big deal. But when you miss it, seeing the other side of what happens when Argent Horse Rider sticks to the board. But that's the reason Huge Toad's here. It can mitigate this situation sometimes. Yeah. And again, sort of illustrating the point of Muserock would have been able to occupy 2 extra actions. Look at what occupying extra actions actually does here. It makes BD Schools forego development.
Yeah. And Hunter is another one of those decks that just doesn't do well against decks that can flood the board. And Paladin is one of those decks. Now, Unleash the Hounds can do a lot of work in this deck, but at the moment, it looks like Muserock's just going to be able to develop and keep pushing here. The Knife Juggler will get answered, but how do you deal with this Argent Squire? It can trade up with Blessing and Might, with Abusive Sergeant, even with Keeper of Oldman.
Yeah, I mean, really a great hand here from Muserock. And you can see that using the Argent Squire instead of the Hero Power not only is to get a little bit of extra board, but also it starts emptying his hand for that Divine Favor. And BD Schools' hand a little bit heavier than normal and going to choose to use the Steady Shot here over the freezing trap, knows that he's going to be taking out this juggler anyway. So this coming turn from Muzrok is exceptional. I'd really like to see him add this Abusive Sergeant to the board, even though he's most likely trading. Keeper Voldemort just to get an extra body, and keep the pressure high. You'll have 8 power out, you'll have 8 health out, and you'll be setting up for a Divine Favor the following turn. It really does not get much better than this.
Let me think.
See what he decides to go with. But this is a really clean trade. You get to keep the 3/3 around because of the Divine Shield.
You can see Muzrok very constantly concerned with what to do with the Abusive Sergeants.
Yeah.
And here it's going to be, I mean, honestly, just getting him on board kind of produces the same amount of value when you're not looking to trade up with him necessarily.
Quick Shot, Deadly Shot is a clear here, but do you want to expend that many resources? If BD Schools was paying attention yesterday, he knows that there is a Tyrion in this deck, but how often are you going to be able to isolate for a Deadly Shot on a reasonably sized target in this deck? It's a really hard thing to do. I mean, I suppose Freezing Trap could also serve sort of the same purpose, but I'm going to go ahead and opt to just not use either and Hero Power instead.
That's a good draw. That is a 6-3. Since you're not getting too much better than a 6-3 right now.
Yeah.
Given what you just saw from your opponent, I think you're pretty comfortable just starting the move here. BD School is not using a Deadly Shot last turn. I would have liked to see that simply because, well, partially because of draws like this, but mostly because he's rolling into Call of the Wild. So the only thing he really needed to do was buy time here.
Yeah.
And then roll straight into that Call of the Wild. That's clearly the win condition. And now that he's drawn Savannah Highmane, it's not looking as good on this board. Had he Deadly Shot last turn, the 2 Hyenas would go completely untouched from these two. He's going to have to go with it anyway. But this now opens it up for Muzrok to return an answer, and that is a sick draw right now.
He can Steward of Darkshire, double Abusive Sergeant, and Hero Power, and all of those things are given Divine Shield.
Yeah, I think you can just Blessing of Might here too. I mean, just go in. Like, what's BD Schools going to do? Abusive, Blessing of Might, face. That's 16 damage, and you have 2/2/1 Divine Shields, plus the rest of the board.
BD Schools is going to need a lot of help. I don't know if there's enough help in the world to get this done.
Look at BD Schools, just like, oh, please don't have it. Oh, no, anything but this. Boom! Pyroblast of Voldemort to the face. Yeah, BD Schools is done. So you are not coming back from this.
Yep. All right, well, he's going to try and find a way, but you have to hit the Deadly Shot on the Keeper of Voldemort or the Justicar Trueheart, trade into the one that you didn't kill, Animal Companion, get exactly, or get anything but Leok, Huffer, or Misha, and then your opponent has to whiff, and you have to draw perfectly for the rest of the game. It's possible, but very, very unlikely.
We're taking deep on this.
All right, well, there goes the whole plan out the window now. Leok makes it impossible.
I think a few things made this impossible, but...
Freezing Trap. Deadly Shot. Has to hit the face.
If only Deadly Shot could hit face.
Empty board, turn 3, win.
It forced people to play more aggro decks, that's for sure. Yeah,
No, this Hunter deck. I didn't get on the board by turn 2, and he has the coin. Beg to differ, but who knows? All right, well, Muzrok puts himself on the board, takes him with that Paladin deck, and with that out of the way, we got ourselves a match now. It's Hunter, and both those Hunter decks are very similar. And then we have Druid versus Warlock on the other end. So if I remember correctly, BD Schools does have a Zoo Warlock. I remember BD Schools just playing just 3 solid decks. And Newsrock had Cthulhu. Oh, no. Newsrock actually had the Token Druid. I remember BD Schools just playing just 3 solid decks. And Newsrock had Cthulhu. Oh, no. Newsrock actually had the Token Druid.
Yeah.
That's right.
Violet Teacher, Druid of the Claw.
Yeah.
With a Yogg-Saron in there as well.
Yeah. So, definitely a wild card there. Hunter Mirror matchup. And that's a lot of early game. So, we got ourselves a match.
Yeah, I mean, typically in this matchup, you often see one player draw pretty strong, the other one draw fair, and then the player with the early game just succeeds. But a big important thing here is going first in this matchup, I think oftentimes can be a minor liability, and this is kind of the reason why. Muserock is actually going to be able to stay one step ahead here for a turn or so until BD Schools gets close to that turn 7, turn 8 range, where he might be able to get off the first call of the wild. So is the coin 2-drop from Muserock going to be enough pressure to stay ahead of what BD Schools has? That Carrion Grub actually a pretty important factor in this game as well. The fact that it just lives through drops, and kind of accelerate that by a turn now. Ram Wrangler is going to be his target turn, and that Carrion Grub being able to stick around for so long could eventually present a problem here.
Ram Wrangler. It's been a while since I've seen like a crazy Ram Wrangler. And I can't remember. I was talking to someone that did the math, and Ram Wrangler is just not that great. Like, on average, it gives you, like, 3 worth of stats or something like that. 3-4, something along those lines, which is just not that impactful, especially since most of those don't do anything onto the board immediately.
You play the card for the glory moments.
Yeah. I mean, you could go for this. If you hit this Carrion Grub and the juggle hits it, you have a huge lead going into a Houndmaster on a Leok next turn.
Yeah, I mean, say you don't go for this hit, and your opponent just has a minion in trade with it, or kill command in trade. You know, you're looking at leaving a 2-1 around with kind of a dead hand. I like the attack here from Muserock. That is a critical miss right now, too. This Houndmaster is going to be devastating.
Yeah, Houndmaster, trade up, keep both the Carrion Grub and the Houndmaster alive, and have a beast going into Ram Wrangler.
Yeah,
that's a whiff.
Yeah, I think this is game over. And kind of illustrating the importance of the Ram Wrangler here. You know, I mentioned having the coin 2-drop will keep you ahead, but the importance of the Carrion Grub, and then also the fact that he's going first gives him access to that Ram Wrangler. You know, normally you're looking at like turn 6 being the first major drop with that Savannah Highmane, but here the Ram Wrangler, if it gets anything significant, Muserock is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. I mean, is it even worth it throwing out the freezing trap here to try and stop this board from getting out of control?
I mean, I think so. I mean, the win condition clearly here is Savannah Highmane, Houndmaster, Call of the Wild. And so how on earth does he get to those turns? It's just going to take a miracle. And
wrangle that ram.
Well, this is what TJ was talking about.
Whap, whap.
It's not that bad, honestly. Muserock doesn't have a way to kill it. That's a risky one. I mean, I guess if he's just got the read that it's freezing trap, knows that this deck's very rarely going to play explosive. I mean, that Pit Snake's trading up into a Tundra Rhino. It's a pretty good one, honestly. He just got kind of a deadly shot off his Ram Wrangler.
Yeah.
Seal of deadly shot. Use it at your disposal.
Only Pit Snake could hit face.
Just turn 1 Pit Snake. You'd see a lot more Elven Archers.
Win the game. You see a lot more Mage. Rogues can't even attack into it. They die. Mulligan for backstab or you lose.
That's where Elven Archer comes in, man. Sit counter.
Yeah. Stone Tusk 4.
Oh, that feels bad, but I mean, that's definitely the right call. I mean, Muserock, he respects the possibility here.
Yeah.
From BD Schools, and that's really the important part. I mean, imagine if Houndmaster came down again and cleared up the that card. So Savannah Highmane hitting, and then double Call of the Wild. I don't know. We're getting close.
Change things.
Deadly Shot, very nice play here as well. Yeah, Deadly Shot, Eagle Horn Bow, that may wrap this up. Even Kill Command to add to this. But Deadly Shot is looking so good. And then he's going to get the first Call of the Wild as well. Yeah, I think this game's wrapped up. BD School's hand is just too strong.
Yeah. Just makes sure he trades off this board, gets rid of the potential for beasts, and roll into his own Call of the Wild going into the next turn. And doesn't...
I'm very surprised by that.
What is he afraid of?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I mean, either way, this is pretty lights out.
Yeah. I mean, Call of the Wild still gives you pretty good trades here. You can Eagle Horn Bow attack in with the Ram Wrangler to the 4/7. Trade Huffer.
You could also just trade up. You could also just like value with the Stranglethorn Tiger here. And just go face. Bless me. Didn't have time to do that.
But we'll see if double Call of the Wild can turn this one back around.
It does have a return kill here on two of these minions. The fact that he didn't trade with the Tiger now.
And he missed 5 damage on the Stranglethorn Tiger that one turn.
Yeah.
Muzark could be at 11, which would mean like Kill Commands could be doing a lot of work. That might end up being a big error.
Muzark I think he's trying to figure out if value trading is proper here. And I don't think you can afford to. I think you have to just get rid of the Stranglethorn Tiger. Whoa. This is bold.
This is very bold. Especially since now he's just dead.
I'm curious, actually. So if he gets off another Call of the Wild, this isn't too bad, actually, because if he gets off the second Call of the Wild and BD Schools doesn't check the board correctly, he actually wins. And so I think that was the thought process here is Muzark's going, you know what, I think I might just be able to win if my opponent has a weak hand. And, he's had a lot of tools already. Maybe his hand's just kind of the cheaper stuff that doesn't push a bunch of damage here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Still
spots lethal here. Yep.
Yeah, there was like 6 ways to do it.
No, there's only one, TJ, and if you don't pick the one that they pick, that means the caster was wrong.
All right, well, BD School's going to take the win with the Hunter. Pretty big win in a mirror matchup, and now he's just got to find a win with the Warlock. And he's moving on to the round of 4.
Yeah, Muzark definitely had the work cut out for him now. Hunter does not match up very well versus Zoo right now. If you're going to play Hunter, a lot of times the anticipated ban coming in is going to be Zoo. If you're playing more of like a face Hunter style with like explosive traps and Leash the Hounds and just a lot of charge minions, very different. I mean, that deck is matched up very well versus Zoo. But when you're trying to curve out, not so much. So going to need a lot of early action if he wants to beat that. And the Token Druid, at a lot of situations, this can be tough versus Zoo, but if you have an early Violet Teacher and you have a Swipe, those are 2 of the very key cards in that matchup as well. Just being able to pick off your opponent's stuff and keep rolling.
But moving into game number 4 here, it is going to be the Hunter from Muzark versus the Zoo Warlock from BD Schools. Interesting keep by Muzark there. He decided to keep Deadly Shot and Animal Companion in his opening hand.
Yeah, a little bit curious by that. I mean, maybe just hoping that BD Schools doesn't end up with a Power Overwhelming or an Abusive Sergeant to trade and can get value out of the Animal Companion. It's certainly like a very important card, but the 2-drops are really important as well. It does have Quick Shot to answer this Peddler. And then go from there.
2 1-drops. Decides to coin Peddler. Maybe just want something to answer a 2-drop effectively. But interesting choice.
Yeah, this is going to get really scary. Flame Imp and Possessed Villager will challenge any of the Animal Companions.
Yeah.
Deadly Shot looking awful right now. I mean, I think you just got to do it.
Yeah.
Not a bad one. We'll see if BD Schools wants to soul fire and then start rolling out his own pressure afterwards. It's a lot of damage to add too. You can just trade up. So a little bit safer play here from BD Schools.
It's in a tap as well. Trying to expand his resources a little bit. But still, just tough stuff picked up here.
Yeah, kind of illustrating what ends up happening when you try to work your way up the curve and what Zoo does to that.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. A naked Houndmaster.
I mean, I'm looking at maybe Fiery Bat Houndmaster, kind of the way he gets back into this. I mean, as ugly as it looks, I think just kill commanding the 2/1 might be right.
Yeah. I mean, your opponent tapped after playing a Beast Sergeant last turn, so you know their hand's a little clunky, so you can probably get away with it. But there's really not that many ways to win. You have to go for these power turns.
Whoa.
I mean, that's a power turn if I've ever seen one.
That is... Muserock has very often favored face damage in situations where he has opportunities to kill minions, and I think this is likely a bit of a punish to that. Does have the Houndmaster now, and picks up a Kodo. Man, I don't know. This is looking all right. Yeah, I like the Kodo here. It's gonna, if you catch the 2/2 with the taunt, you can trade in the Abusive Sergeant, and then you have a 33% chance to pick off that 1/1, and then you can have Savannah Highmane in the Houndmaster Deadly Shot. I mean, that is a way to win.
Yeah.
3/5 body's not a joke right now. Again, your opponent tapped on turn 3.
I think you got to go for it.
Yeah, I like the Kodo.
There's some really good outcomes in this sequence of events.
Now, the Houndmaster's not bad either. I mean, if you Houndmaster an attack is 2/2, your opponent gets to trade back, and then, it's not that good because then the actual shot from the Fiery Bat won't kill anything.
Well, this does open up an opportunity for him to play Stampede Kodo next turn and maybe get a little bit more value out of it, but, I mean, you got to expect the Zoo to just flood the board here. Six cards in hand.
Councilman Juggler, pretty easy. I feel like he's got other things in mind. He's going to be he wants to keep his taunt around. It's going to be Possessed Villager as well. It also brings the Councilman out of range of Kodo. Not that I think he's anticipating that, but... Yeah, Savannah Highmane, pretty lonely here.
Try to go for a very bold, deadly shot. Try and take out the Starkshire Councilman. Maybe get Animal Companion online. You roll a Misha, you're blocking some of that damage, but man, you're falling so far behind. Just has to Savannah Highmane. Hope this guy's going to do a lot of work. How much damage do we have? 6, 7, 8, 9 plus 7, 16, 20. He actually had 20 damage there with Leroy Soulfire.
Yep, I think this is effectively... Oh my. That's a Reliquary Seeker. And that is a 5/5. Because he's got 6 minions on board. Whoa!
6 corruption! I mean, I guess at this point it doesn't matter. You're killing him next turn.
That was a 5/5!
That was a 5/5. For 1 mana.
I take the 5/5! What sorcery is this? He doesn't even use the corruption.
Wants room for the Leroy?
Oh, you'll get room. Don't you worry. Yeah,
and the concede comes out, and that's going to be BD Schools moving on the round of 4. He's guaranteed himself 200 buckaroos, aka dollars. Don't want to confuse anybody.
I was very confused as to what you meant by buckaroos.
Buckaroos is a new type of currency.
Not to be confused with old Western cowboys who are making their way through the world.
Not to be confused with Dunkaroos, one of the best daytime snacks from the 90s. Only 90s kids would get it. I mean, yeah,
I could never afford those when I was a kid.
What? They were like $1 for like 7.
We grew up poor, man. Like, really poor.
Yeah, I remember the legislation that actually made Dunkaroos more expensive in Texas, so I really feel for you there. I really feel for you there.
Was just tough on the whole town.
Yeah. The Kangaroos Act of Texas, 1994. Knew a couple of lobbyists in that case. Not a good one. Really dirty. Lots of casualties at the end of the day. But BD Schools is going to take the win, move on to the round of 4. Like I said, secure himself that money, guarantees himself 200 with the potential of 500 if he wins the whole things. And these just strong overall decks from BD Schools doing work. But, you know, got to give some credit to Mizuraki. Paladin deck was pretty cool. It did have a couple of missteps in some of those games. But, you know, I think overall he's got to be proud of his performance. And getting some tournament experience under his belt, I'd say, is what he should take away from this.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, top 8 in an event. For some of these guys, I think it's likely one of their first events as well. Just to show that you can actually hold your own in a field like this. Keep going. You'll have just plenty more tournaments, plenty more opportunities. You play and you practice hard enough, you're going to get your way there.
Yep, very true. All right, well, we're about to head into the round of 4, the semifinals. So we have a few more matches here left to go at the Geico Open here at Philly Comic-Con. Before we jump into the next match, we're going to have to go to a quick break, though. But don't go anywhere, guys. Plenty more action here at the ONOG circuit and the Philly Open. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Geico Open at the Wizard World Comic Con in Philadelphia. My name is TJ, and I'm joined by That's Admirable, and we got a treat for you. We're about to jump into the first semifinal match of this Open tournament. It is going to be Croesus taking on Lapibus, a.k.a. Beetlejuice, from yesterday. And today he has an even cooler surprise in store for us, and we'll let you know when he gets on screen. But these guys, I was reasonably impressed with their play. You can still tell that both these guys are maybe a little bit more inexperienced because of their deck choices. But they're playing some crazy stuff. Cthulhu Priest for Croesus has been doing a lot of work, so I'm looking forward to seeing more of that.
Yeah, I really like the series we saw from Lapibus yesterday. Just solid play the whole step of the way, very calm and composed. And I honestly, I think with that Priest and Croesus lineup, I'm going to have to give a favor here to Lapibus. I know Priest is one of the most popular classes. It's been doing well here this weekend, but it's, when you're playing against the stronger, more experienced opponents, they will know how to put pressure on Priest. And I think that's exactly what Lapibus' game plan is going to be. And if Croesus has a weak spot, I anticipate it being that middle choice.
Yep, definitely a bit slower. It's had some success so far, but it hasn't really been tested. And now that we're getting further into the tournament, we're starting to see more refined decks. We're starting to see a little bit more solid play. So it's going to be a little bit tougher. Keep in mind, the winner of this match moves on to the finals. Both these players are already guaranteed 200. And if they make it to the finals, they guarantee at least 400. It's a 1.3K prize pool, 500 to first, 400 to second, 200 each to third and fourth place. So they're already in the money, but I'm sure now that they're this close, it's time to start, buckle up. It's time to start playing some real Hearthstone here. That's admirable. Yeah,
I know what it's like to compete for those big ones. And you cannot afford missteps because people who make it this far typically are going to punish you when you slip up a bit. That's honestly one of the things that I've looked for a lot in a lot of tournaments I played is when I know I'm against opponents who are likely to slip up, I frankly play worse and wait for them to slip up and then take advantage of it. That's a good winning strategy, on some of these fields. And but both these guys I think been playing a little bit tighter. Croesus had a couple more missteps I think than we saw from Lapibus. If Lapibus even did anything wrong yesterday, it looks like just pretty easy stuff from him.
Yeah.
But this is the time where it's do or die time now. You got yourself 200, so a little bit of breathing room here, but take down that championship now. You're so close. This is the top four. A very special moment for these guys. So tournament wins feel good. Period. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how small a tournament is. If it was a 2-man tournament, I'd feel good if I won.
1v1 me, bro.
Let's do it.
Nope. No, thanks. Not in the mood for a 1v1 today.
I'm willing to bet a full 25 cents on it.
I'm willing to bet this Hearthstone coaster.
You're on.
That's on. This Hearthstone coaster is actually probably worth like $4.
Yeah,
but especially some good quality.
It sounds like nice quality. I could use a coaster right now too.
Stone.
Sipping some tea this morning.
It's tea in a giant bottle. That's for sure. Bottle. You know who else is sipping some tea? Interesting segue there. Lapibus is actually cosplaying as Bert the Chimney Sweep from Mary Poppins. We'll
Seems
see
like
if they...
likes the elaborate colors on the suit.
Yeah, he definitely does. Had a really good joke lined up, but I actually forgot it. Oh. We'll see if a spoonful of sugar is going to help this mage go down.
You had me there. I've only seen Mary Poppins one time ever, and I was forced to watch it in school.
Mm-hmm. I've actually never watched the full thing.
But he remembers the full script.
I used to watch this like Disney musical show. I forgot what it was called, but it had like a lot of songs from old Disney movies in it. They just like played them back to back to back. So I saw excerpts, and we did get word that Lapibus' wife is actually dressed up as Mary Poppins. So how nice.
It's like nice, relatively easy turn here for Croesus. Now here's where the real decision comes in. Do you go ahead and take out this Flametongue Totem now and free up the mana in your hand? roll into that Water Melon afterwards, or do you isolate the Flametongue Totem? And given that he has no real way to take advantage of that Flametongue Totem, I like that he's going for the clear out now, follow up with the Water Elemental, hope to threaten, maybe some Manatide Totems or some Feral Spirits, and then move into your curve and hope that you pick up the right cards, and that your opponent is not having the action to perfectly answer everything. But Lapibus, I'm going to go with this Feral Spirit here, and then probably going to be forced onto a Hex from this Water Elemental. And so Cross is doing a good job buying himself some time here, but Lapibus looks like he's playing a bit of a slower build with Hexes and Manatide Totems in here. So probably not too unhappy to be having to make this sequence.
Yeah. This is definitely the case. Primal Fusions. Admirable. What do you think of this card?
The 6-0 special, he's kind of the pioneer of this card. And was like, hey, you know what, guys? This card's not that bad. And honestly, it's not. It's pretty darn good. And Lapibus is going to go with the Manatide Totem here. He says, deal with it. Crosus does not have a way to deal with it.
Nope. Ethereal Conjurer might pick up something of value here. Kabbalah's Tome, Arcane Blast, though, it's probably going to be the choice just because it's really the only spell that is going to help you fight for board immediately going to that next turn.
Well, mind you, he did just see Manatide Totem, which is going to indicate a slower build. So he may look at this hand with 2 Mirror Image and go, I'm going to need some more gas. So he could buy himself some time with the Mirror Images, and maybe that gives him time to get use out of the Kabbalah's Tome here.
It's a good point. I mean, Kabbalah's Tome could be anything.
Spot.
Could even be Arcane Blast.
I like taking the Kabbalah's Tome here, but this is a tough spot because that when you leave Manatide Totems around, that's when the game gets really scary because the Shaman will crank out cheap threats and take advantage of their overloaded turns by supplementing with Hex, stuff like Rockbiter, and just power out threats onto the board and keep the gas rolling with Manatide Totem. It is a terrifying minion to leave around. And you can see Lapibus, he's going to go with the Rockbiter right now, clear out this Water Elemental. Kind of leaving this 6-3 around. The 6-3 honestly is a little bit scary here as well. And this Sylvanas threatening to do some work also. Flame Waker gets picked up.
Man, imagine if he had Arcane Blast.
We got a game here, boys. Yeah, here we go. Flame Waker and Mirror Image. And see where these juggles land. Wow, Lightning Storm is going to make some savage work of this board, though.
Yeah. He is overloaded for 2, so he's going to go into the next turn with 4 mana, so he won't be able to roll a Spell Power Totem and go for a full board clear.
I'll tell you what, though. That Lightning Storm is looking awfully good.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the 3rd turn that Manatide Totem's going to be around. And you can see the card advantage mounting for Lapibus at this point. This is the kind of situation that Crosus can really easily fall out of the game with. Argent Squire even add to this. Taking full advantage of that overloaded turn. 3rd card from Manatide Totem, and it still hasn't been dealt with.
Mm-hmm. Fireball, I could help now to clear off this Flame Wreath Faceless.
Want it? I got it.
Conjure in a Flame Strike and give him some gas here. I mean, there's a chance of, like, say it's just all board investment here from Lapibus. This is a spot where Flame Strike could really get him back in this game.
Yeah. I can imagine we're just going to see a Doomhammer and go. Poor Lapibus. You can go Doomhammer, push 8, bring Crosus down to 14. In his mind, he's probably thinking he's in a good spot, but let's see if there's any other plays here. He does have a totem on board, so he can make something happen with Tuskar Totemic plus Primal Fusion, but then he still would be able to get through to the Ethereal Conjurer. And he's probably looking at those Mirror Images and thinking, man, that lines up really nicely into Doomhammer. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage pouring into. And a 4th card draw coming from the Manatide Totem. Oh my. Yeah, I mean, Flame Strike's pretty much off the menu here. But what do you do? I mean, maybe it is just Flame Strike.
Flame Strike and trade. Not develop anything. Giving him time to just keep attacking with his Doomhammer.
Job's done.
It's a lot of damage. Now Lapidus can just sort of load up. Load up, he's seen the AoE. He knew that AoE had to be taken from the Ethereal Conjurer, which means there's probably not much AoE, any more AoE sitting in the deck. And gets a Totem Golem from the Tuskar Totemic. Wow. He's going to keep pushing damage.
Yeah, Croesus is back-footed. I mean, you can see, even in this different variation of Shaman, why it's such a popular deck. Just, it's got a lot of strong cards.
Yeah. Face a Summoner. I can pick up some really good stuff. Frothing Berserker, however, not really what you need on this immediate board, and that's lethal on board. Lapidus is going to take game number 1 in this series with a pretty convincing Shaman game. I mean, very well played. And Croesus is just not able to find it. Maybe this Tempo Mage deck is a little bit too slow for what he's trying to do in this matchup and not able to fight against this strong early game that Lapidus was able to throw out.
Yeah, I mean, just, you know, having kind of a clunky opening hand, not finding a time to use the Kabbalist Tobe. You know, maybe Arcane Blast was the right pick there just to fight for that board.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we didn't see the Kabbalist Tobe ever come into effect there or even really come close after that. I thought he might have a better game on the board, but that's the power that Flaming Faceless provides. It says, deal with it now.
All right, well, we're rolling into Zoo Warlock versus Cthulhu Priest here. And Croesus has a decent start. He's got some early minions. Disciple of Cthulhu is great for fighting on the board. But this deck, I can't help but feel that it's going to have some trouble dealing with Zoo.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of opening hand that certainly can win for Croesus. He's got early game. He's got a board sweep. Those are two very important factors versus Zoo. You have to be able to handle the early onslaught. You have to be able to handle when they go wide on board. And a life tap here from Lapidus is going to make this a little bit easier for Croesus. I'm just going to pick up Power Word Shield here. That'd be a fantastic draw. He's going to have to make the sacrifice here and heal back up. But 29, rolling into Disciple of Cthulhu. I think he feels comfortable here.
Yeah.
Put this apple on your head.
Yep, he gets to take out a Knife Juggler even.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that Excavated Evil is probably going to do some serious work. And still picking up more early game. This is looking pretty good.
Yeah, this is kind of the spot where I think he wants to start drawing some of his utility stuff. You know, he's kind of got all the minions under control now. How does he actually stabilize that board position? And Cabal Shadow Priest is a very important card for that. That's a lonely 1-1 right now.
Would like to see Forbidden Ritual for 2, but decides to go with Direwolf Alpha.
Honestly, I don't even think Brand Northshire Cleric's that bad here. It's 2 priority kill minions.
Mm-hmm. They both match up pretty well with the board.
Yeah. He's going to go with the Beckoner. And it looks like he wants to heal. So playing more for the Excavated Evil if he chooses to do it this way. And Excavated Evil follow up with Cabal Shadow Priest is not a bad turn.
Pretty solid.
Ooh, Doomguard gets picked up. Honestly, I think the Doomguard's looking good here. You know, he's got to be worried about Shadow Word Death, but you get a trade, you force 3 mana from your opponent on that turn, you get to follow up with, you know, whatever you got left. I mean, I certainly don't mind the trade in the Imking boss or the Defender of Argus, but the Defender of Argus plays right into this Excavated Evil.
Yeah. I think he's probably going to end up playing the Imking boss next turn, which is just going to get eaten up by the Cabal Shadow Priest.
Yeah, this game's looking all Croesus from here. He even picks up Shadow Word Death to handle that Doomguard after it comes out.
The Well Played comes out, and Imking boss is getting stolen over. Oh, man. This is just, when it rains, it pours.
Yeah,
we're laughing this here.
When Priest has these kinds of opening hands, this is definitely where it doesn't struggle, but it has few of these early game cards, and Croesus drew enough of them, and wow, what does Lapidus do now?
Yeah. I don't even know. I mean, he could try and just Doom Guard and make the trades. Trade into the Cabal Shatter Priest. Hope that the Imp King boss is forced to be traded as well. But this is looking very grim.
Yeah, I don't see any way to get out of this, really. I mean, the Doom Guard's probably looking like his best bet.
Yeah.
You can tell that Lapibus is really not wanting to discard 2 cards, though. Gosh dang it, I'm going to mute my mic one of these days when I sneeze. As soon as I feel it, I
sneaking
reach
up
for my
on
mouse. Yeah, they really are. I mean, every time I go to just reach for the mic real quick and... I'm like, yep, got me. Well played, Sneeze.
Well played.
Well played. Yeah, this is well played.
Yeah.
Well done from Croesus. I mean, the game's not quite over yet, but this is... Yeah, but even just taking his card draws at this point, I think it's wise.
Yeah.
Because who cares about the damage? If I have enough answers, what are you going to do?
He wants to set up for Bran Cthulhu. He knows he's won this game. Now it's time to win it with style.
I don't think he cares much how he wins, to be perfectly honest. He's just trying to grind the game into oblivion.
Yeah. Doomcaller picked up. Twilight Elder picked up. More Cthulhu buffs picked up. And I mean, this has to be a tap out pretty soon from Lapibus. He's staring at 8 damage on board. He's only at 17 health. How is he going to fight back? And
He's not. Spoiler alert.
God, hate spoilers.
I wonder.
I mean, you know me too. I'm always trying to find a way of someone to win with a goofy way, but this deck just does not have the potential for it.
For Argus.
Gormok, Defender of Argus. That's a weak play if I've ever seen one. Shadow or Death.
Do you hear its call?
And just mop up the board.
Play what's green. Make everything not green that's on the board. Go, please.
Draw a million more cards.
Yeah. Make those green next turn.
The green power toughness even larger.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, attack health. Yeah, Lapibus is dead. I feel like his body language is saying it all right now. You know, Mary Poppins, they're usually a lot more joyous than this.
Yeah. This is when Bert slowly realizes that he's actually a chimney sweep.
Croesus doesn't actually have the damage to end this turn, though. I mean, this is the real struggle of Priest, is the endless grind.
Yeah. Death by 1,000 cuts. Or, in this case, death by 1,000 slight breezes.
Oh, another slight breeze. It's so painful. It's the 496th in a row. Only half my stamina remains.
Oh, man. Well, now he sets up for lethal. Actually, he doesn't. But Cthulhu's in his hand.
Hey, the brand Cthulhu?
Yeah,
You don't
well, I
think
meant
it
like on
sets
the
up for
board.
lethal?
On the board.
It's
All right,
hidden.
well, after this, goes ahead and concedes this game over. We're tied up 1-1 now. Going to go to that game number 3, and that was just a really good start from Croesus. Hard from Lapibus to really gain control of that board. I feel like he played it a little bit too slow. You know, a lot of times against Priest, you can feel like you want to play it pretty slowly because, you know, they're playing minions. You realize that they're just going to have a huge card advantage if you don't keep tapping, but sometimes you just pressure them.
Yeah.
And he wasn't able to do that, and Excavated Evil destroyed him, and game goes over to Croesus. And we're going to go right into the next game. It's going to be Temple Mage, or this mage from Croesus. It's sort of slow to be a Temple Mage, but I like to call it that. And Lapibus is going to throw out the Zoo Warlock once again. I had to favor Lapibus in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just the fact that they open so well, if Tempo Mage does not get an insane early start, it can very easily be lights out. I mean, we're looking kind of akin to the Shaman build.
Yeah. Does have Arcane Blast. Great tool early on. Flame Waker can do a lot of work against Zoo.
Yeah, looking pretty good from here.
Flame Strike for later in the game could be pretty good as well. If it gets to that point where he can get a board clear and try and maybe reset.
This apple on your head.
All right. Knife Juggler to possess Villager, setting up for that forbidden ritual, it seems.
Yeah, kind of a tough spot now. I mean, now does the Flame Waker look good? Not really.
Next turn, though.
Yeah, it's looking all right, for sure.
I think you just spawn those tentacles. And go, go, go. I mean, your hand definitely says it. It's like, oh my gosh, you have so many buff cards in your hand. Like spawning those 1/1s to try and trade up feels so good right now. You get 3 additional juggles. You're going to push 6 damage this turn. Ugh.
Get in there and fight, maggot.
Yeah, I don't know. This looks bad.
Flame Waker and Mirror Image can be a pretty big punish here. I mean, I guess now that the Forbidden Ritual is going to be able to contest this board, but he's going to have a weaker board in order to do so, and not really quite that ability to trade up. Going to go ahead and play it now, though.
Yeah, I'm trying to see a situation where this Flame Waker lives through this turn, and I mean, it's a chance. And that's something that a lot of people just has to think about, is if this chance succeeds, then what's he going to do?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really good chance. He has to hit all 4 juggles onto this Flame Waker if he wants to kill it. And there goes the possibility already. And everything's at 1 health. Arcane Intellect into like a single damage spell could be enough.
Yeah, I mean, just Arcane Intellect alone, if it picks off, 2 minions, just period, it's going to be really bad.
Yeah. Face!
Wow.
It's not where you want to
Yes.
go.
Well, it has staved off the pressure a little bit, so the next 2 turns I think are really going to decide this game. If Lapibus manages to get an assault going here, it's going to be GG. And that's my concern here for Croesus, is can this really take place? Even goes face knowing that this is going to really occupy some resources here from Lapibus, but he's got the answers. He's got the assault going. This is bad news for Croesus. And honestly, if Lapibus decides to start life tapping now, it's going to be really hard for him to get back into this.
Yeah. He does have Flame Strike, but it's still turn or 2 away. 2 turns away from being able to be used. And it most likely will clear board, but it's going to be hard for him to survive until then. Find Snipe Juggler again. Arcade Missiles would have been great last turn. But unfortunately, just a turn late.
Still not too shabby, though. I mean, this is some pretty good rolls.
Those are
Yeah,
great rolls.
he might be able to stabilize here. I mean, this Flame Juggler's looking... I mean, this Knife Juggler Forbidden Ritual's looking great. That's going to go right into the Flame Strike, which goes right into Fireball Water Elemental. So if he doesn't play the Dark Iron Dwarf here, it means that Lapibus is going to have a much harder time going wide, and that may give Croesus the time to actually steal this.
Yeah.
Get it out! Get it out!
Like to see the trade in first here. Yep. Dark Star Councilman picked up. Okay, well, Flame Strike's not a full clear here. It's still going to leave the Possessed Villager and the Argent Squire, so I think Lapibus maybe realized that that was a possibility and played around that slightly. And now if you're Croesus, do you try and go for an Arcane Missiles again to weaken the board for a Flame Strike next turn? Maybe develop a Water Elemental? Or do you have to just go for it, leave the 1/1s on the board, and hope to clean up next turn?
It's a tough spot. I'm glad I'm not in his position. That's for sure.
Yeah. Very dangerous. He's starting to get incredibly low. Power Overwhelming gets him closer. That's 6, 7, 8 damage being represented on the board. And now with this Forbidden Ritual, how do you deal with this? Croesus needs to find another Flame Strike if he wants to survive this game.
That's a tall order, too.
Yeah, Fireball's just not going to be enough. 6 damage on board, Power Overwhelming in the hand. Looks like Lapibus is going to take this one. Even if he Arcane Missiles and pings and kills every single one of these, he's still dead.
Usually bad news.
I mean, it might be his best option here to try and Arcane Missiles, but getting that Water Elemental online. Going to hit 1, 2, 3, ping off another one, but still enough damage. Actually, no, 1 damage off?
Yeah, but how does he
Nope.
stabilize? Oh, not 1 damage off anymore, that's for sure. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Whoa! All right.
Slow down there. Giddy up.
Giddy on up. Well played comes out, and Lapibus takes a 2-1 lead in the series.
Yeah, pretty solid stuff from him. And this one, again, just playing solid to the board, making sure he's got the right lines of assault. And the Tempo Mage so far from Croesus, I said it might be the Priest, but the Priest used so well. This Tempo Mage kind of struggling here. And if that's the same thing from Lapibus, Lapibus Tempo Mage might struggle. I think this might come down to like a Tempo Mage mirror.
Yeah, it might come down to which Tempo Mage sucks less. So, Tempo Mage just doesn't feel like it's in a great spot right now with how much Zoo is around and it's getting capitalized. Croesus has a little bit of a slower one, so it's probably pretty good against control-oriented decks. He has Sylvanas, but we're definitely going to have to see. That's what it is. Tempo Mage versus Tempo Mage. Lapibus just 1 game away from making it through. Pretty good hand from Croesus with some spells to fight from the board early on.
Faceless Summoner is certainly one of the interesting cards in this matchup. If he lands that on a relatively empty board, he's going to find himself in fantastic shape. Coining out this Sorcerer Apprentice. We'll have to see whether or not Lapibus wants to go for a double ping here, or if he wants to just try to trade the Sorcerer's Apprentice in. If he goes that Sorcerer's Apprentice, that will get checked.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just going to go for the ping, which is going to put some damage on him. Oh, Flamewaker gets drawn too. This is looking really good for Croesus suddenly.
Yeah. Lots of spells to fight for the board early on.
We'll see if Lapibus can answer this. The Arcane Missile, not a bad pickup here. Now he at least has a chance to answer a Flamewaker when he gets played from Croesus here. I mean, with the way that he's played this, I imagine he's going to be committed to this ping, but Sorcerer's Apprentice Arcane Missile is totally fine as well.
What to do? What to do?
In that case, you'd probably Arcane Missiles first. Just in case you don't hit it, you can still ping.
Yeah, I'm liking this turn from Croesus here. And Lapibus, he's gonna try to answer this back right here with the Flamewaker Arcane Missiles.
Yeah.
Gosh, if this doesn't get answered though, this may be lights out.
Alright, he's going to go with Mirror Image, so he's going to try and just stave off this pressure, but with so many cheap spells in the hand of Croesus, he's going to be able to snowball this.
Whew! This is bad news for Lapibus.
Sorcerer's Apprentice, Arcane Blast. I think you... Now, the sequencing here matters. I think you Arcane Blast the Flamewaker first. Evaluate. Alright, now you can just ping. No. You can mirror image, I suppose, and then ping what's left over. But I think you really want to just make sure that this flame worker gets away. Oh, not going to go ahead and play the mirror images. I guess save that for more crucial targets.
Yeah, so in this next coming turn, if Lapibus doesn't answer the Flame Waker, he can actually run over the 0-2 first and then cast his spells. So holding onto the mirror image here actually buys him a little bit of extra damage for more important minions. So I really like that he's gone with this route in particular.
Yeah.
Very patient play here from Gross. A lot of players would have let that mirror image rip, but sometimes saving your cards, even when they're strong, you can get stronger positions with them.
Yeah. Mirror image, or sorry, mirror entity, arcane missiles, vaporize. Arcane missiles, only thing that really fights on the board now, and Frostbolt picked up.
Yeah, this is a savage turn here. The Water Elemental is going to do so much work.
He's going to try and hit this Flame Wake, and does, and that means he's going to be able to play that Water Elemental. And yeah, this game has been taken control of by Croesus. We might be going to a game number 5 unless Lapibus can pull a miracle. I mean, I suppose he does have a lot of ways to fight back here. And he does have a lot of minion pressure. Croesus really just has support spells. So if his board gets cleared, he doesn't have minions to start fighting back. I mean, is it possible for Lapibus here to just throw down Sorcerer's Apprentice and Mana Worm and try and go for a big play here?
This is sort of the weakness of the Tempo Mage deck, is when its minions are cleared, it's really tough for them to get much going afterwards. So Arcane Missile is going to hope to take out this Sorcerer's Apprentice here. Doesn't get the ping off. It's going to be answered by Frostbolt, and now this Water Elemental is going to start connecting. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Arcane Intellect. Whoa.
Drawing extra cards here is so good for Croesus. Frostbolt mopped that up very nicely. And I don't think that Mirror Image is necessarily unwarranted here, but I don't think he has to cast it. Just continue to hang on to it and try to find a better spot for it. And Lapibus, very welcome draw here with that Arcane Blast. He's able to Azure Drake, Arcane Blast, Arcane Missile, and have an extremely high chance to clear this Water Elemental.
Yeah. He can Azure Drake, Sorcerer's Apprentice, Arcane Blast, Arcane Missiles too. If he really wants to try and take control of the board. Might be a little bit riskier if he doesn't hit that Arcane Missiles, but it's very unlikely.
Yeah, given that he has the reload with the Faceless Summoner, I think this is correct. I mean, even in the face of Flame Strike here, you're still pretty strong. Little bit of missequence there. Arcane Blast will buy more damage on face for that. I don't think it's too consequential. I think this game's going to come down to whether or not Lapibus can stabilize.
Yeah. And with Sylvanas, pretty likely that Croesus doesn't let that happen. Faceless Summoner is a great card, but actually going to go with Sylvanas first.
Yeah, I actually like the Sylvanas here because he's not under a ton of pressure, and being at 27, it's the difference between being able to land Sylvanas and go into Flame Strike and the difference between being able to have Flame Strike and then follow up with Sylvanas. In this situation, he's almost guaranteed to get better value with this Sylvanas, and this is a perfect example of why. I mean, look at this Flame Strike now. Like, Flame Strike Mirror Image is just devastating on this board.
Yeah.
This is exactly why he's holding on to this Mirror Image, just to find one of these spots where he can invest in the board, take some damage, and follow up and keep himself safe. My gosh, what does Lapibus do now? I mean, he's got to draw something good.
He's going to need something really good.
That's all right.
He can Fireball the Sylvanas and, ping down his Faceless Summoner after it gets stolen.
How much time is Sylvanas bought in that case? It pulled a Fireball, dealt 5 damage. He's not going to go for it. And this is just going to be more development for Croesus.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the pressure that Sylvanas provides, is if you can protect it for a turn, it disrupts the rest of your opponent's game until Sylvanas is answered.
Yeah. And just more stuff picked up for Croesus. Azure Drake's going to draw more cards. He's getting close to just killing his opponent. He's going to ping this off and keep attacking. Now he's just sort of like a fireball and a few pings away, even if this board is cleared from winning the game. So,
I think we're going to Game 5, TJ.
I think we are. Fitting for the first semifinal. Greer's Alchemist not going to really do much here.
Kills that 0-1.
Yeah, very true. But so does a ping. And now
Yes,
any
sir.
burn spell from Crosus ends the game on the spot. Or just a bunch of missiles.
It's kind of like a burn spell.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go, Arcane Intellect. And
Arcane
round we
missiles.
go.
Should do it as well.
Round and round. Comes around, goes around. What's the song? By Rat. Round and round.
The Rat? Brian the Rat?
Cortade.
Cortade?
Yeah, Mirror Image going to end this game thanks to that Flame Waker. Crosus evens up the score. Game number 5. Tempo Mage for Lapibus, and now Shaman left for Crosus afterwards. Maybe the tides have turned here. I mean, this was the matchup that Lapibus faced right from the start, was his Shaman versus Tempo Mage, and he absolutely trounced Crosus in that game. Yeah. Crosus has brought it back, and now suddenly he's looking like he's favored in this one. If Lapibus does not get off to a very strong start, and Crosus has early pressure, he could just get run over.
Very true. Shaman has been sort of the best performing deck in this event. It's also sort of been the best performing deck across pretty much most events as standard. In ladder, opens, competitive play.
On the battlefield. I like saying battlefield. Knife Juggler's in here for Crosus. A very interesting choice. I mean, I haven't seen Knife Jugglers in Shaman builds in quite some time. You know, prior to rotation, when you had Haunted Creeper available, Knife Juggler was so good in the aggro Shaman builds, but lately you've really lost any of those minions that have that staying power, and so Knife Juggler operating just on a very fair version of itself does get an Arcane Blast here from that Knife Juggler, which is going to open up Totem Golem, and maybe now even Knife Juggler into Feral Spirits into Totem Golem or Flametongue Totem. This is looking like a great curve here from Crosus.
Yeah, it's not often that you can pass up Totem Golem on turn 2, but with these Knife Jugglers, I mean, that makes these Feral Spirits play, as you mentioned, very, very strong. It's incredibly difficult.
Yeah, Spellbreaker will add some heat here, but this could also backfire. This is the one class that can use Totemic Might, which is what I get off my opponent's Spell Slingers 50% of the time.
Raven out of Call of the Wild! I mean, Call of the Wild still has a lot of time before it can be used. That's
nice. He was trying to go for this lightning bolt here.
Yeah.
Protect his minions. He's not caring so much about his curve as much as he is his minions. I mean, Lapibus, when he doesn't answer the Knife Juggler, it's kind of an open window for Crosus to try to take advantage of it. And so that's exactly what he's done this turn. And if this Arcane Missiles does not hit the Knife Juggler, Lapibus is in real trouble. Lands both of them, too. Very nice for him. I mean, suddenly looking like he may be back in this game now. No Totem summoned yet for Crosus.
He's got a few in his hand here. But now his turn's a little bit awkward. Feral Spirit doesn't line up well.
Yeah, this is probably going to be a trade from this Flame Tongue. No, he just wants to occupy mana again. But Lapibus, he's okay with this at the moment. Like, his hand is so weak on the minion side of things that this is actually the kind of spot he wants to find himself in.
Yeah.
Is being able to use hero power and get some value from it.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder.
All right, going to go ahead and Arcane Intellect. You can Arcane Intellect, trade into one of these Feral Spirits, and ping down the Flame Juggler. And, you know, just play this long game. You know, that's what his hand is giving him right now. Call of the Wild's going to be huge on turn 8. Yeah, and once again, Crosus has an awkward turn.
Raven Idol, I think I'd like to see him discover a spell here. They're okay, but it's got to get going.
Yeah.
I actually don't know if the face or if trading is better. I mean, Mana Worm is definitely a scary minion to leave around. You know, say he saw Frostbolt here. That's a trade onto the board.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Oh,
wow. That's really bad for Crosus. Lapibus has so much gas in hand, too. I think he might have just won this game.
Well, it depends where these flame wakes go. He's going to have 5 from this and 2 from the mirror image. So it's going to be 7 total.
That is some...
Oh, man.
I'm going to go with the Cthulhu's Chosen here instead, and with Fireball, Mirror Image, and a ping to back himself up into Call of the Wild, I don't know if Croesus has any outs to win this game.
Yeah, he's got some of these tools, though. Thing from below. But at the moment, I mean, what is he going to have to do? Lava Burst or Hex this Flame Waker? That's not looking like it's
that
a good
around.
plan.
That guy's terrifying. Hex the face. Good call.
Good call. Great call. Oh, man. Brutal. Water Elemental into Call of the Wild, which will buff up the Battle Frog.
Yeah, this one's done. Croesus does not have a way to win.
Yeah.
What a great sequence of turns here for Lapibus.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just even with what's on board, Croesus is kind of in trouble. Let alone with the Call of the Wild that was drawn off the Spellslinger.
I'm surprised we went with this option as opposed to Tuskar Totemic plus thing from below.
I think he's trying to get any value, any semblance of value from his hand. Wants the Water Elemental to trade in directly. But yeah. I'll tell you what, this Huffer's going to trade in directly. Wow, that's insane. Can you imagine if any other class had access to this card besides Hunter?
It'd be ridiculous. I mean, it already is ridiculous. It's such a powerful card in the hands of a class with a hero power that doesn't interact with the board. In Mage, where they can just use their spells all game long to make sure that the board is empty going into turn 8. Such a powerful option.
Maybe we just play Finley Hunter.
Sure.
Let's get there that way. Lava Burst's going to try to pick up the pieces here. But even the Battle Frog is going to trade off the shield.
Yeah.
8, 9, 10. I'm sorry, 8, 17, 18, 19 damage available. Oh my. 14,
that is
22.
22.
Yep. Lapibus picks up lethal here. And that's going to do it. He did not count. I don't even think it matters. Like he could kind of click his eyes or close his eye. Click his eyes. He could close his eyes and click buttons this game and probably win with that Call of the Wild. The Call of the Wild was just disgusting. Such a good draw of the Spellslinger.
Yeah,
but that's
that
why
moment where you put your opponent to 6 and you're thinking, I have a Fireball in my hand, and I had 5 extra mana at the beginning of this turn. But again, it does not matter one bit.
Yeah, Lapibus going on to that finals.
Well played.
Fantastic performance from him so far. Croesus nicely fought in this tournament. His run comes to an end right here.
Yeah, Croesus will go away with a 3rd, 4th place finish. So that's going to be $200 for him. Not bad for a weekend of playing Hearthstone at an event that he would have been at anyway at Comic-Con. And Lapibus, though, he's going to move on to the finals, guarantees himself at least 400, 500 for first place. So pretty nice, pretty nicely done by Lapibus, who came out on top in that Tempo Mage mirror. That's what it came down to.
Yeah, despite the start from Croesus as well, I think Croesus had a stronger start, but the mid game was not nearly as strong as what Lapibus had, and his Shaman able to absolutely dominate the Tempo Mage, and then also being able to return the Tempo Mage versus Shaman. Just again had all the utility necessary, and drawing Call of the Wild off the Spellslinger was just lights out. I mean, I cannot think of probably a better card you could have gotten from that Spellslinger.
Yep. Yeah, definitely made a huge impact in that game, but that's going to be the first semifinal out of the way. We still have 2 more matches here left at the Open, and then, of course, the semifinals and finals for the feature tournament, which will happen later today, the feature tournament number 3 for the ONOG circuit for 2016. So, lots of Hearthstone still left to go. Make sure you guys head over to the website, geico.onog.gg. ONOG's mission, it's all about getting players that sort of that pro experience, semi-pro players without much Hearthstone or playing tournaments for the first time. That's what One Nation of Gamer Circuit is all about. So if you guys want to participate, the next Open for the Geico Circuit takes place on June 16th. It is limited to U.S. residents only, but if you are a U.S. resident, make sure you head on over to that website and sign up right at the top of the page there and compete. Each of those opens has a $1,000 prize pool, and there's still 4 more opens left to go throughout the course of the year before we get to that grand finals at PAX Prime at the end of August. So make sure you guys do that during the break. But we are going to have to go to a quick break before we jump into the next semifinal match. Don't go anywhere, guys. Plenty of Hearthstone action still to come here at One Nation Gamer Circuit. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2016 One Nation Gamer Circuit. We're about to jump into the second semifinal match of the Geico Open at the Philly Comic Con. My name is TJ. I'm joined once again by That's Admirable. Now, we've seen both these players play today. It's BD Schools versus Bibulus. What have you thought about these players' decks, and more importantly, their play so far today?
Play's been pretty darn solid, not going to lie. Really looking forward to seeing what they can bring to this last final, though. I mean, this is when all the pressure's on, and you have to bring your A game. If you don't get the job done here, second place. Second place, I promise. It feels good tomorrow, but today it's going to feel bad.
Yeah.
And so that's really what this is going to be all about, is whether or not these guys can make use of that. So really looking forward to see what they can bring to this one.
Indeed. Looking at their deck lineup, Speedy Schools, of course, we'll be talking about his lineup. It's pretty much just 3 solid decks. He's got that more aggressively focused hunter, more aggressive focused shaman. He's got the mid-range hunter, and he's got Zoo Warlock. Those are 3 decks that you'll see in most tournaments nowadays. Bibulus, his decks are a little bit more varied. He does also have a N'Zoth Control Priest on top of that shaman and also that hunter. So that'll sort of be the wild card deck. It's a little bit slower. Not sure how it's going to match up against some of these decks, he might have a trouble finding a win here, but definitely a possibility. In the last matchup, he took a win against a very slow N'Zoth Paladin when he played against Tyler Hermes. But this time around, he's not going to be going against any slow decks. So there's a chance for BD Schools to definitely punish that Priest that Bibulus brought.
Yep, and certainly looking forward to do so. I mean, Priest is certainly one of those classes that can really struggle if it does not get the early game tools to handle this stuff. So if that ends up being the case, it is bad news for Bibulus. But, you know, we've seen this deck perform a lot in the past. I kind of expect to do the same thing here. You know, it's been so solid all weekend. It's kind of hard to say that's the weak point anymore. I mean, maybe in this field, it's working so well that there's no reason not to play it.
Maybe we're just priestessed.
Trying to say like,
but for priests.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if racist. I love calling
Bob.
TJ out more than anything else because I never call out anybody else. I just always call out TJ. And I don't know why I do that. I'm sorry, actually. I feel kind of bad now.
No, it's okay. I deserve it.
Yeah, fired.
I'm gonna go away now.
So, welcome back to the One Nation again. What the? I love
Face
calling
Bob.
TJ out more than anything else because I never call out anybody else. I just always call out TJ. And I don't know why I do that. I'm sorry, actually. I feel kind of bad now.
No, it's okay. I deserve it.
Yeah, fired.
I'm gonna go away now.
So, welcome back to the One Nation of Gamer Circuit.
It's actually really hard to move my chair across this carpet. That was tougher than it appeared.
I'm not going to lie, I was impressed.
Thank you. At least you're impressed by something that I do.
Most things, actually. But who's counting?
Who's counting? Well, we're jumping into the match. Saved by the Bell once again. And that's a lot of Call of the Wilds for Bibulus. This is going to be Shaman versus Hunter right off the bat.
Doesn't trust. I would have snap kept those.
Greetings, friend.
Not even a question.
Greetings, traveler.
Instantaneous keep. This is going to be Fiery Battle in the open and a great curve for him. BD School's not looking too weak on his own. His turn 3 is looking like it might be a little bit harsh, but outside of that, this is a fantastic curve for him.
Yeah. All right, just going to play on curve. I was thinking maybe you could coin out a 3-drop since you have 3 of them. Maybe even just like a Eaglehorn bow to try and contest. But he's going to go ahead and throw out that King's Elec. Which is going to mean that he holds onto the coin, but we'll see if that's going to backfire a little bit.
I don't really blame him for playing the King's Elec here. I think it's totally fine play here. Just try to get anything going and roll into that Houndmaster. I mean, that's really his main goal here is to get to the Houndmaster.
I wonder.
Yeah. And pretty much the option here is between Flame Tongue Totem and Totem Up, I think. And he's just going for it, going in. He's like, next turn, I got a 4-mana 7/7. Deal with this.
I mean, I think this is the right play, honestly. Like, his game plan is clearly to push damage here that we've seen a lot of the Shaman players do. And Bibulus just has punishes to this right now. I mean, Houndmaster, I'd be very surprised to see no Houndmaster, and we don't.
You're never guaranteed a target for Houndmaster, and Houndmaster would have left you with a 4/3 Houndmaster on the board and a 3/2 King's Elec on the board. You decide to make the trade with the Fiery Bat. I mean, you could even just, yeah, well, that'd probably be the best way to do it. So, a little weaker play, but I think Bibulus is really gung-ho on holding on to this coin. And again, really surprised to not just see Flame Wreath Faceless thrown onto the board. Your opponent's at 22. Flame Wreath Faceless into Feral Spirits is incredibly powerful.
Yeah, really curious about this. I mean, I felt like it was certainly the best play.
Now he's only got 2 mana. And again, I thought Argent Squire abused the Sergeant. Would have been pretty good. BD Schools has the exact opposite thought process that I do.
Which is usually the case for anyone playing the game.
He also has the exact opposite number of hair follicles on his head than I do.
Wow. TJ's taking it out on others at this point.
No, I'm not. I don't have it. No.
No, I get it. I get it.
I'm
You hating on the
terrible.
bald folks like myself.
I cast with you. I had nothing against bald people.
It's the cycle of abuse coming full circle at this point.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like most of the people that I cast with are bald. You and Rob Wing, like, there you go. That's 50% of my casts.
I love Robert. Yeah, that's what a great guy Robert is. This has turned into kind of a nightmare for BD schools. This turn is okay, but the big problem here is that Bibulus actually hasn't even used his Houndmaster yet.
Yeah.
Still has opportunity to get value off that. And look at the rest of his hand. BD School is not getting that Flaming Face on board. And now the Call of the Wild available on turn 7. Oh my. I think this is GG.
Yeah. It might just be.
I wonder.
You were supposed to say GG. It rhymed. It might just be.
GG. I mean, I get where you're going with it. I'm trying to find a way out of this. For BD schools, I don't think it's here.
No, I feel like that Flaming Faceless should have been on the board already.
Yeah, I mean that's the difference here. Is actually going to coin out the Eaglehorn bow. Thinks he can get stronger turns from just the Eaglehorn bow, and I really can't blame him after looking at this. BD schools just shakes his head, and the writing is pretty much on the wall at this point. He has no way to punch through the Infested Wolf. How's he going to deal with the next 2 turns?
I mean, he can Flaming Faceless and Feral Spirits this turn, but he's going to be so overloaded in the next turn, and even this board's not that powerful. It gets traded into relatively easy with the Eaglehorn bow plus the Houndmaster. If Bibulus really wanted to, he could clear the board.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to have his eyes set on that. I think it's just too much. Kill the totem. Play that Stranglethorn Tiger. Call the Wild. GG.
GG. He's done for.
Yeah, this was just a great opener for Bibulus. Oh, actually, he's going to clear the Flame Wreath Faceless. Playing very safe.
BD Schools has managed to put on some pressure, but it's not nearly enough. And now he just has to totem up in Argent Squire. And
Yeah,
Bibulus is very happy.
I mean, how could you not be? Look at the turn.
Yeah.
5, 10. Look how much damage he's got. My gosh.
Yeah. I think that is going to do it. There is no way for BD Schools to come back out of this one. Another Flaming Faceless, but he is by far dead on the board, no matter how much he clears.
I mean, he needed
Well played,
Elemental
no doubt.
Destruction. That was it.
Yeah. BD Schools is like, this is the first time my Shaman has let me down in game 1. I'm lost. I don't know what to do.
I wouldn't know really what to do either.
I don't know how to play Shaman after game number 1. You want to play it again? Am I allowed to play it again?
Really? I can play it twice?
Was there a mistake?
All right, I'll play it again.
Yeah. But Bibulus.
Sweet.
Getting away with that Hunter pretty good. If he can go up 2-0 and leave just his Priest left, I mean, that's best case scenario for him at this point. Gotta think.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Priest, I think, is going to struggle a bit versus the Hunter, but outside of that, he's pretty much smooth sailing.
Yeah. All right, throws out the Shaman, and he's throwing it all away, and he's like, Tunnel Trog, come to me! Nope. Opposite of a Tunnel Trog.
Greetings, friend.
I wonder what thesaurus.com would tell us for what the antonyms for Tunnel Trog are.
Goldshire Footman.
Ah, no results.
Imagine that. I can't believe there wasn't any results for that.
What a shame. All right, well, now it's BD School's time to curve out.
We'll see if we can make do with this.
Just going to have to Feral Spirits and hope that BD Schools doesn't have a way to make these trades favorable.
Yeah, which is looking... that's a little bit backwards. That definitely should swing with that bow first. I think BD Schools is misstepping here a little bit. Nerves might be getting to him just a tiny bit here.
Yep. But he's going to be happy to see a totem up on the next turn. And Bibulus is hoping that he's going to whiff on turn 4, but BD Schools is going into some pretty strong turns here. He's got Infested Wolf into Stranglethorn Tiger. That's what you want. Taking out the Taunt Totem. I guess just making room for the Infested Wolf to trade in. But Bibulus has his eyes on the prize.
Yeah, I'm just going for that Doomhammer. This could be a little bit shaky, depending on how strong BD Schools can follow up on this. I mean, Bibulus has clearly got a lot of damage in his hand to work with, but is that going to be enough? I think that's the kicker here.
Yeah.
Because now he's having to face down the Stranglethorn Tiger. BD Schools has still got the Deadly Shot to answer some stuff.
I mean,
Feral
Bibulus
Spirit
has a whole lot of damage, though.
Yeah, I mean that's what I fear for him too, is just the amount of damage that's going to be pouring in.
I mean, he's got 15 damage from hand alone with Rockbiter Weapon and Lava Burst. So if he manages to find 5 more damage over the course of this game, Argent Horse Rider plus Flametent Totem is alone just 4. So he can do that next turn, attack him with his Doomhammer, and then set up for a next turn lethal.
Yeah,
The Freezing Trap's going to put a wrench in that plan, though. It's going to be close.
Yeah, the Freezing Trap's pretty darn good here.
Oh,
Yeah, there's the attack.
but the
It's
Freezing
10,
Trap...
15, 16,
Freezing Trap's
17,
gonna let
18,
the
19, 20. That's actually
Counterpunch
20
get
damage if Bibulus spots this. Yeah. Wait a minute. No, he doesn't have the mana for this.
Doesn't have enough mana, yeah. But over 2 turns, he does have lethal. The thing is, can he survive? There's 8 damage on the board. He's only at 15.
Yeah,
A kill
that's
command
tough.
loses him the game.
Don't worry, loves. The cavalry's here.
Yeah, I don't know, TJ. This is tough.
I mean, do you trade into the Stranglethorn Tiger and try and play the long game?
I don't know. I mean, maybe he's got the Rockbiter and the Lava Burst. I think he probably has time for that.
I mean, he attacks 1 more into face here. Puts him down to 16 with 15 damage in hand. Oh, that attack I didn't expect. That
And
was...
still the pressure. I think he might. Yeah, the quick shot. I mean, I guess he knows the Argent Horse Rider's in hand.
He needs 3 damage. Second Rockbiter, Lightning Bolt. Now he's dead. I mean, if he had just attacked face last turn, he would have given himself an opportunity to spell power totem for lethal.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, this went from, I think, almost a GG to now suddenly it looks bad, and it's because of that defensive play. He needed to just throw caution to the wind, attack his opponent's face, and hope it was enough.
Yeah. Now what do you do? Hope for a taunt totem? Use Lava Burst to start clearing off the board?
Don't worry, loves. The cavalry's here.
Use Argent Horse Rider to start clearing off the board? I mean, I guess he's still okay. Again, he's gonna attack. Okay. Oh, he's dead. Nope, not quite dead. BD Schools needs 2 damage. Any damage card. Savannah Hamid's not it. And Bibulus actually did it after all.
Wow.
Wait,
That's
did he overload last turn?
Well, he's fist bumping pretty hard. Maybe I think he overloaded for 1.
Well, if he overloaded for 1, then he still has it with Doomhammer plus Lava Burst. And I think you're right.
Yeah, I mean the way he's dancing tells me there's no way he overloaded for 2.
He's been dancing like that the whole game, even when he was losing.
Well, I think he's felt like he's had the win. Is kind of where I'm going with that.
Yeah. And BD Schools is not happy. And he's down 2-0 now. He's got to win 3 games in a row if he's going to want to take this series. And Bibulus just has that priest deck left to find a win with.
Yeah, I mean it's looking really good for Bibulus. I mean, I don't really care how bad your deck is. When you got 3 chances to win with it, it's looking mighty good.
Yeah.
And not only that, I mean, we saw how badly the priest beat up on Zoo earlier with just such an excellent early curve. If he gets anything similar to that, it's smooth sailing for him.
Yeah. All right, well, going into possibly the last game of the series, it's going to be Bibulus with the N'Zoth Control Priest. BD School's going to throw out the Hunter once again. I feel like this should be a pretty good matchup for BD Schools. The Priest doesn't have too many ways to stop that incoming pressure, but there are like a couple of key things. Auchenai Circle. Actually, a little bit surprised he didn't keep the Harrison Jones, because that can be a big deal as well in the mid game.
Yeah, I think it's just about the early pressure. Like, he knows if he doesn't get the early game stabilized, the game's over. And so that's what his game plan is going to be focused on here.
We got it back, so
yeah, it's getting that. That's part of the thing too, is you can always just draw it again later on. Instantly takes Sylvanas. It's going to be met with that King's Relic. And the second Museum Curator will eventually clear up this King's Relic. Doesn't win the joust. I don't know about this, TJ. That's an awful lot of utility in hand for BD Schools.
yeah.
He can use that utility to help protect this King's Relic, but for how long? And Twilight Summoner, even totally fine playing turn 4 Twilight Summoner and then following up with that Excavated Evil is going to give him a lot of pressure. So Eaglehorn Bow going to start mopping this up. We'll see if he goes to the attack. The way that BD Schools has played so far, I imagine he's going to continue to play a little bit defensively and try to use that to his advantage. I do like attacking the 1-2 here. And Bibulus with a weak turn 4. This is the window of opportunity. Houndmaster could be good enough here.
Yes, it could.
This is a solid couple of turns here. This is 9 more damage next turn.
Yeah, he's still a turn away from being able to use that Excavated Evil. And he's going to get this Twilight Summoner online to try and go.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man.
That is a huge draw right now. He's not going to take the safe route here. So, I'm sorry. If he goes with Houndmaster here, Twilight Summoner and Excavated Evil actually would not kill the King's Relic. And so this plays a little bit safer, but this does allow him to go into Savannah Highmane into Houndmaster.
Yeah.
But he sacrificed a kill command to get this job done. I would have liked to see him Deadly Shot there instead.
Mm-hmm.
Cleans us up. Savannah Highmane.
Oh.
Call the Wild. That's a good one.
I think we might be seeing BD Schools put himself on the board here. Because Bibulus needs a lot of time, is what he needs. He can actually clear the board here with Auchenai Flash Heal plus Circle of Healing.
Yeah, I think he's got bigger plans in mind.
Yeah.
Sylvanas, obviously not a very good Deadly Shot target. Oh my gosh.
Double Call of the Wild. I mean, I think he just push as much damage as possible here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he does not have a trade win condition here. Bibulus's hand is so strong if he decides to play defensively. He's going to do it too. I don't know about this. This gives Bibulus all the time he needs to get this done now.
Yeah, I feel like that's a trade that Bibulus would have made anyway. But pacing himself, he is going to make sure that he clears the board, still fitting in this hero power, and rolling into Call of the Wild next turn.
Yeah, I mean, the Call of the Wild still could very easily get the job done.
So you go with Shifting Shade Flash Heal into Heal Face.
That's what it looks like. Wow, this is a ton of damage. So he's going to be able to deal with the Call of the Wild, but at the cost of 15 health. So we'll leave him at 8. Yeah, no trades today. Let's go. Down to 8. Can Bibulus win from here?
It's going to be next to impossible, I feel. I mean, he deals with the first Call of the Wild, but how does he deal with the second Call of the Wild? He'll live through it. He'll be at 10 health or 5 health. But then how does he deal with that? He'll need something else on top of this.
I mean, maybe he can pick up something off the shifting shade to buy to like a freezing trap.
Festival, not really doing much. And maybe
That's actually lethal.
Oh yeah. Wait.
Well, no mana. No, doesn't have the mana for it.
It's 10 mana.
Yep. I mean, you go with Call of the Wild here for sure. If you don't have lethal, he's counting it up. He's making sure he doesn't have it.
Yeah, if you Call the Wild here, you might be worried about your opponent just having like second circle of healing or something like that. But if they do, you just win the next turn with the burn that you have in your hand. So definitely like this play. And Bibulus, dire straits here. Doomsayer's not going to help him. And it looks like that's going to be game going over to BD Schools.
Excavated Evil. Yep, no way to heal up. Game number 4, BD Schools gets on the board. Hunter versus Priest. I mean, this is sort of one of the good ones for the Hunter build.
Yeah.
And just keep pressure on, and Call of the Wilds are oftentimes unanswered. Priest is a responsive class, and the way you deal with Call of the Wild is being proactive. You need presence on the board going into that turn.
All right, well, BD Schools has hope after all. This is what we were talking about sort of at the beginning of this match. The Priest from Bibulus against these decks that are just, very pressure-oriented. Zoo Warlock, that aggressively themed Shaman from BD Schools, and of course the Hunter that we just seen. How does this Priest, get through this early game? And, Bibulus had some opportunities for power plays there, but I feel like maybe even just going back to the early game, using that coin to get out Museum Curator, he sort of doomed himself to miss a turn 3, which was sort of where everything went wrong. And that's sort of where it spiraled downhill. So we're going to go into match number 4, or game number 4 here of the second semifinal. And it's going to be Priest versus Shaman.
Yeah, this traditionally, way back in the day, this is a matchup where Priest dominated the Shaman class, and it wasn't really close. But that's changed a lot since then. I mean, Shaman has since then turned into an aggressive-oriented class, which keeps that high pressure on the Priest and makes it very difficult for them to pull out these big victories where they can just keep the board choked off and eventually just coast to victory. Now they have to disrupt the early game. They have to swing the board and then stabilize through the pressure, and that's a tall order.
Yeah. Somehow Bibulus finds double Museum Curator in his opening hand again. And that's an automatic shifting shade pickup.
Yeah, they didn't quite pan out last time. It was just able to be very easily checked with the Eagle Horn Bow.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of the same situation here. I mean, Totem Golem is not going to be checked by Museum Curators, that's for sure.
Nothing's going to be checked by Museum Curators.
Except for Abusive Sergeants.
Yeah, that's about it. Oh, Doomsayer.
It's a pretty nice draw. I will force some action for BD Schools. And that's really all this deck's trying to do is just force some action.
Yeah.
Curator, not too bad versus the Argent Squire. Just ping off the shield here. I don't even know. I think he's just going to let this Doomsayer go off. I mean, I don't want to invest anything into this.
Yeah. Even if it's a Lava Burst, not only are you getting rid of that Lava Burst, which is, great burn, you're also overloading yourself for the next turn. So you're keeping alive 2 weak minions, which one of them will die next turn anyway to the trade. Yeah, I like this. And that's where Life Tap sort of comes in handy, is at least you're doing something this turn. At least you're getting a card out of it.
One of the worst things you can see happen when you play Doomsayer is your opponent just casts card draw effects afterwards.
Yeah.
Because it means their follow-up's going to be a lot stronger. Yeah. But in this situation, just totem up to help reduce the cost of future thing from below.
Yeah.
This is looking suddenly very bad for BD schools.
Yeah. One thing is that he does have a lot of burn in the hand. So once this Doomhammer gets online, as long as it doesn't meet a swift end from Harrison Jones, he's got 10 damage from Lava Bursts, 10 damage from Doomhammer Rockbiter, and that's not including the rest of the charges from Doomhammer.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's the big kicker of this matchup, and one of the reasons why Shaman's so hard to deal with is even when you get those big openers, Doomhammer just presents so much longevity that it's very easy to die in the face of that. He's going to pick up Cairn here.
I'd like to see Forbidden Shaping here, just to get something on the board to contest.
Yeah,
3 drops aren't the best, but...
Just a 1-drop is fine.
Yeah.
He's got plenty of gas in hand to end the game with. It just needs to live to that point. Doomhammer's going to make sure this Argent Horse Rider swings again.
Yeah.
And then... Wow, this is... I think we're getting awfully close to that game 3 situation. It actually just goes face with it all, too.
Whoa!
Yeah, pretty surprised by that. I mean,
Yeah,
does have a
like that
lot
face
of burst, but...
Yeah. But, I mean, this Argent Horse Rider, if he had traded in, could have gotten in for another 4 damage.
Yeah, I
What
think the
does he think is
trade
going to
here
happen?
was... Yeah, I don't know. I think the trade here was... BD Schools, we've seen him kind of deviate his play a couple times. Earlier in the tournament, he was playing so tight. In the first couple of games, he played very conservatively, and now in game number 3, he's sort of throwing caution to the wind. I mean, I think that Bibulus might be able to stabilize through this with double flash heal.
Yeah.
I mean, he needed that repetitive damage from that Argent Horse Rider. When he sees Cairn as the turn 6 play, he may look at this and go, "I done goofed."
Yeah.
But
Or
again,
he's
if
looking
he has
at it and think, wow, my opponent just played Cairn. He didn't even heal. I'm in such a great spot. BD Schools has. He overloaded for 1, so only have 6 mana next turn. So maximum potential burst he has is 15, I believe. Unless he picks up another Rockbiter.
Talk about dream draws at that point.
Yeah. I mean, Rockbiter would be... Nope. Wouldn't be that close. I mean, he left the minions on the board, though. So this is 15.
Second Rockbiter would have been lethal.
Yeah, it would. I mean, at this point, you're BD Schools. You just keep chugging away. Keep hitting the face.
Yeah, I think this is right, too. Just load up with the second Tusker Totemic here and just launch a Lava Burst. Force Bibulus to have the answer next turn. He's actually going to go double Lava Burst to put Bibulus to 5. And he's 2 damage off lethal right now. Bibulus, oh, wow. Okay, so Bibulus going to be able to actually stabilize for a turn or so. But here's the thing. Now he needs to find a way to kill BD Schools because this second Doomhammer is going to come online. And look at how much damage he has out.
The second Doomhammer is still a turn away, though. I mean,
exactly.
BD Schools shot himself in the foot. He had an opportunity to Tuskar Totemic into a Spell Power Totem and get even more damage from those Lava Bursts and just pace himself. Even just Rockbiter that turn to get it out of the way. And now he's just overloading himself again.
No way to manipulate shifting Forbidden Shaping to 8. Try to maybe grab a Ragnaros Lightlord or something crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he's still just like a few points of damage away. He doesn't have anything that's going to deal 4 in his deck unless it's the second Rockbiter.
I like fishing for a spell first. Totem Golem's all right. Let's put that Cairn in there. Let's get some board presence. Let's giddy up. I mean, he needs to kill him next turn.
Just put as much power on the board as possible.
And there's the Flame Tongue. There's the Heal to Self. 7 to dump 21 with 13, 14, 15, 16 setting on board. This isn't a 2-turn lethal, though. It's only 18. So this Doomhammer may be able to end this. BD School's shaking his head. He feels like he's lost, but I mean, he might have won.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and get this damage in right now. I mean, he still needs that little bit of extra damage. Bibulus is going to heal up. And Tomb doesn't do anything right now. BD Schools actually takes off his headset. He thinks he lost.
Yeah,
He
Forbidden
needs
Shaping.
1 damage.
Forbidden Shaping here could get a taunt. I mean, if he gets a taunt, that's going to be game.
Is there anything that punishes him? 7 mana, he could get Baron Geddon and kill himself.
Yeah. Man, that may not be worth casting right now. Well, here we go. Man, if this is Baron Geddon, it is not. It is Sky, Cap, and Crag, 1 damage off lethal. That cuts the life tap, though.
That's a big deal.
BD Skulls needs 1 draw right here. It's not
oh my
it.
Goodness.
And that's it. Bibulus just won.
Yeah. Wow. Sky, Cat, and Crag ends up being the difference. He could have tapped. About BD Schools, I would just see the card. It might tilt me off the face of the earth.
Nah, you don't look. You just
But I would look.
let the world be.
I would look.
Don't look, BD Schools.
Look, BD Schools. Rock Biter!
Oh,
No way!
oh my gosh! Sky,
He shouldn't
Cap,
have-
and Crag.
He shouldn't have looked.
No, he should not have.
He
Sky,
shouldn't
Cap,
have
and
looked.
Crag shut off the life tap and won Bibulus the game.
Yeah.
I think it's the first time I've ever seen Sky, Cap, and Crag win a tournament. That may never happen again.
Well, he didn't win quite yet. He's moving on to the finals to face off against Lapubis. So Bibulus
sorry.
against Lapubis.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Apologies. We are in the semifinals. I'm getting way ahead of myself. I can't believe that Sky, Cap, and Crag was actually the difference.
Yeah.
This one.
Crazy. But that means Bibulus moving on to the finals. BD Schools put up a pretty decent performance throughout the day, though. Make it all the way to the round of 4. He'll go with $200 for his efforts. But the finals is set. The finals for the Geico Open, West World Comic Con, is going to be Bibulus versus Lapubis. And Bibulus was just incredibly excited to move on. Both of those players guaranteed themselves at least $400. It's going to be $500 to the winner. So I'm excited to see that one. Both these guys have been putting on a show for us over the past 2 days.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, Bibulus just very animated. Love to see the animated attitudes of all the players. In this one, most people have kind of been very focused and stoic, but he's letting it all out. He says, yeah, here I am. Beat it.
Yeah, beat it. All right, well, we are going to have to go to a quick break before we jump into the final match of the Open. Make sure, guys, during the break, you head on over to the website, geico.onog.gg. There you can sign up for the next Geico Circuit Open, One Nation Gamer Circuit Open, which will take place on June 16th. If you're a U.S. resident and want to sign up, make sure you head over there. $1,000 prize pool for all these opens, and they lead into the features, which if you're not sure what the feature tournaments are, you can stay tuned on the broadcast later today. We'll be broadcasting the final of feature number 3. It's crazy cool stuff. If you want to get involved and get that tournament experience under your belt, make sure you head over there and sign up for the Open. Also, of course, you can get a free Geico quote. Of course, guarantee you can save money on your insurance by switching over to Geico. They insure everything. You can even insure Admiral's beard if he wants to. I'm sure they have insurance to do that, and I'm sure that he'll save money by using Geico. So head over there and get those quotes. But, of course, a quick break for whichever of the finals. Don't go anywhere, guys. Plenty more Hearthstone action here to come. The One Nation Gamer Circuit. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Geico Open at the Philadelphia Wizard World Comic Con. My name is TJ. I'm joined by That's Admirable. And we're about to jump into the grand finals of the Geico Open. It's going to be Lapubus taking on Bibulus. That's Admirable. We've seen a lot of fun matches today. A lot of cool decks, but now it's time to get down to business. There's 500 buckaroos on the line here for first place. What have you thought of these two players so far today?
Well, Bibula is certainly the most animated player that we've had, but Lapibus probably the most stylish player that we've had.
Yeah.
And honestly, two fairly strong lineups. I mean, not as surprised as we see Shaman in both of the finalist lineups. Priest being so popular, not terribly surprised to see it at the finals, but honestly, the Cthulhu ones are the ones I would have expected to see here, but he's just bringing regular old Control Priest, and it's kind of been getting the job done. You know, his games have been very close, but if he gets control, he's just been winning.
Yeah,
and it's kind of incredible to see a Priest bring this much heat to a tournament, but you know, now he's just one match away from being the champion of this one. And that's a big statement. Maybe the class isn't as bad as I think it is. I've always talked about how bad it is, but it keeps showing up in finals.
Yeah, and last game was a close one. When that last Priest came off the back of a Sky Cat and Crag, which is not something that you usually expect when you think of Priest, but Forbidden Shaping can make some crazy things happen. Lapibus, he's had some pretty close games, and this Temple Mage that he has seems to be the deck that is sort of the culprit of making these matches a little bit close. But other than that, you know, really solid decks all around from him with just that strong Shaman, strong Zoo Warlock. So I'm really excited to see who's going to come out on top of this one. Feels like Bibulus might be in a situation where it's going to be tough for him to find a win with his Hunter this time around, just because all these decks can gain control of the board early, and they can sort of shut down the Hunter if they don't curve out well. But it hasn't been a problem for Bibulus so far. He's managed to pull this together. He's got emotion on his side. Lapibus has the entire cast of Mary Poppins on his side.
Indeed he does. The chimney sweep from Mary Poppins. We'll see if he can sweep this series. A little help from that broom. You know, I remember in 1995 it was, or was it 90? I think it was 95 when the Houston Rockets swept the Magic in the NBA Finals. And my dad took me downtown, and we both had brooms. I love baseball. We had brooms, and we marched down the street with all the other people who also brought brooms downtown to celebrate the sweep that took place. I don't know if Lapibus has a broom with him, but he's going to need something here. This opening from Bibulus is solid. He's already throwing up the prayers. You can see this one means a lot to him.
Mm. Yes, it does. And we're going to go with the Toin Totem Golem. The Coin Totem Golem, which he does have Lightning Bolt going into the next turn, but other than that, he's got a pretty slow hand. He's going to have to rely quite heavily on this Totem Golem to get him through this early game. He will be able to match this 2-drop. The Bibulus does drop. I'd imagine he'll go with the King's Elic, but he might feel threatened enough to try and use his quick shots. If you coin out Totem Golem, it means you have a turn 1 play. It means you have a 1-mana play most of the time. So if he goes with the quick shot, it means he's opting to go for a more slower game. But wow, he wins the joust. Everything going right for him this time around.
It's kind of one of those spots where if you end up getting to this position, what you'll usually end up doing is just kind of throwing all your cards on the board, and when your opponent has to deal with it in kind of a sloppy order, you just end up making up all the advantage by having such strong plays. I mean, that's something that Hunter has been very good at in the past. And a lot of the opens don't make it that way, but this one in particular definitely does. And so Lapibus is going to go for value on this Totem Golem. And this is going to mean Animal Companion, and I can promise you there are a lot of roles here that Bibulus likes, namely all 3 of them.
Really likes the card in general.
Yeah, it's always Leok, but Leok isn't even that bad here, honestly. It's probably better than Huffer, to be perfectly honest, just because of the consistent body that it's going to provide. The 4 health, I think, much more valuable than the extra damage right now. I mean, looking at his hand, I don't think he's going to have a problem getting damaged on this game. He's got turn 4 Infested Wolf, turn 5 Animal Companion, Quick Shot. If he picks up anything for turn 6 and turn 7, you are looking at Call of the Wild being beastly, because this is turn 3 Totem, and what a totem it is for that Lightning Bolt. But now, I mean, does he trade or does he go face? I mean, I don't think that Lapibus is the one in a position to initiate a race at this point, but trading looks awful here.
Yeah. But, I mean, you kind of have to, especially if you look at your next turn's plays. It's probably going to be Mana Tide Totem. I mean, maybe if he goes wide on the board, you can Lightning Storm, but you want to try and protect that Mana Tide Totem as much as possible. But
Yeah, and
Bibulus continues to curve out.
Savannah Hyman getting picked up's brutes, and that overload for one. I mean, look at the effect it's having right now. If that had been any other answer, it would have been okay, but relegated to Tusker Totemic here. And Festival's going to gobble up that Flame Tongue Totem. Wow. Yeah, and it's Animal Companion, the consequences of it are pretty... I don't think that any of them matter right now. I mean, if he gets Huffer, maybe he'll take out the Totem, but Misha, certainly a better looking one at this point, just to be stronger against Flame Tongue Totem. I mean, you definitely should be quick-shotting that 3-2. The last thing he needs is any sort of board swing potential from Lapibus.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, your goal is just get to a safe Savannah Highmane. I'm sorry, a safe Animal... Gosh, goodness gracious, I can't talk. Get to a safe Call of the Wild.
Yeah.
That's the goal here. I'm like, what's
And
Lapibus going to do? Tank 8? No, he's going to Lightning Storm and leave stuff behind, and even a chance to leave the Misha behind.
It would be going very bad for him if that Misha was left behind. Because then he barely even removes any power off the board, and Misha does die. But, I mean, look at Bibulus. Savannah Highmane. And turn 7, Stampeding Coda on a quick shot. That'll be able to clean up the board.
Yeah, just clean up the totems. Just restrict the board as much as possible. And run over the rest of what your opponent's got. Even Feral Spirit's looking pretty miserable here. I think Bibulus has this game. It's just his curve is just so strong into his top end.
How do you go about this? You just throw out the Faceless Summoner, allow it to get traded into, but just buy yourself some time?
I mean, the Flame Wreath is certainly a little bit weak here. I don't know how much time he can really buy.
Yeah, Feral Spirits is super weak by itself. Mana Tide Totem does nothing. Flame Tide Totem is useless, doesn't even allow you to trade up. I think just playing on curve, going with this Flame Wreath Faceless, trying to encourage the trades into it, maybe even curving into a Doomhammer, but...
Oh, my.
Oh!
I mean, it's certainly his best one, but I think Bibulus is even free to just add Stampeding Coda. This board is a 3-5.
Yeah. Don't even worry about the effect. I mean, your next couple plays are set in stone after this turn. There's a very little chance that you don't Call of Wild into the Call of the Wild. So you might as well just put as many bodies on the board to benefit from that Leok.
Yeah, maybe he's going to play more conservative here.
Oh, that's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, well, I don't even think it matters. Call of the Wild's still just brutal.
Yeah. I mean, Call of the Wild, trade.
Into another Call of the Wild. That card's good. It is really good.
Lapidus has to see the writings on the wall here. He can Doomhammer Rockbiter and take out the Misha and the Leok, but he takes 7 in the process, and then he'd be taking 4 more from Huffer just alone.
He's
So
going to
that'd
take
be
10
11.
more next turn from that second Call of the Wild.
Yeah.
He's just dead. I'd really like for him to have a way to get in this, but when we see players have turns, and like Elemental Destruction is like kind of the only way for Shaman to really recover from a turn like this if they don't have board presence.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is the power that Hunter has when it curves out. It is incredibly powerful. This is basically why you play the deck.
Yeah. And he's going to go for that clear. But goes down to 15, like you said. 10 damage once again coming from the Call of the Wild. Even if he does manage to clear the board, that means that quick shot plus hero power alone next turn. And I know a lot of people, when they play against Hunter, this always feels like that's the hand. And Lightning Storm, I don't know what Bibulus is even praying about. He's like, please don't Farsight a healing wave. And
I think he's praying for next game. I think he's praying for next game.
Sure. And I mean, that's a board clear, best case scenario, but it doesn't even matter. Quick shot plus hero power is going to end the game.
Very quick game one here. You know, Lapibus does have a slower shaman build, so I think more aimed at taking on the priest
Yeah.
in this situation, and honestly, probably even a little bit better at taking on the mage. And so that's going to be kind of his target for this one. I think Bibulus' Hunter just lines up very well versus what Lapibus has brought here. In a very easy game one, on the board first.
Yep. So it's priest and mage, or sorry, priest and shaman left remaining for himself. He always seems to save that priest for last. Imagine we're going to see him throw the shaman out, and we'll see what Lapibus is going to go with. It's a pretty good dex against shaman. The Zoo Warlock can hold its own. The Temple Mage, if they can gain control of the board early on, they can just keep removing and removing and removing. And of course, Shaman Mirror is just Shaman Mirror. I think Bibulus is a little bit more aggressive, which means he'll probably have an advantage. Or no, other way around. Lightning Storm can make a big difference in that matchup.
Yeah. Typically speaking, when you're in those situations where stuff's really fast, it kind of goes one way or the other. Either you want to be one step faster, or you want to be like one step slower. Because when you're one step slower, it means you're going to have those swings onto the board that your opponent can't really recover from. And this might be a little bit too slow. We actually have not seen the Bloodlust up until this point, and this is certainly not where he wants to see it. Bibulus keeps the Flame Wreath in his opening hand, and Lapibus, no action on turn 1, does have a pretty solid turn 2 here. Bibulus, if he doesn't pick up anything to protect this Tunnel Trog, it could just bite the dust. We'll see if it's going to be Totem Golem or Rockbiter here. It is going to be Totem Golem. And no Totem Golem for Bibulus, and no real way to kill us outside of Coin Lava Burst.
Yeah, I really don't like the Flame Wraith Faceless keep. But, I mean, I suppose he's... it's not going to be rewarded here. He's just going to get traded into, but he will be able to get a Flame Wraith Faceless online. Huh.
Yeah, a little bit surprised he didn't choose to go with the Ardent Squire Rockbiter here.
Yeah.
Doesn't really open him up to much, but...
I mean, it opens him to get traded into. Coin Flame Wraith Faceless here is going to make so the Tunnel Trog trades into the Flame Juggler. At least he doesn't overload, so he's going to have all that mana available going into the next turn. He's going to have 4.
Trade there might have been in order. He decides to go face. That's a great pickup from Lapibus. Just contest opponent's Flame Wreath Faceless, run over the Tunnel Trog with the Totem Golem, start pushing a little bit of damage here. And with that Bloodlust, honestly, he might be able to even just initiate a race.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case.
I mean, Bibulus' turn 2 is not good. It's a little bit better now, but...
I mean, he can Argent Squire, use the Rockbiter to kill the probably Totem... I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
or he can just make the trade and not take the 7.
He realizes he's pretty far behind here. Wants to get the thing from below online, so he'll be toteming. And this is the opening that Lapibus is looking for. That Feral Spirit is awfully good.
Yep.
Lost control of the board here. This is kind of illustrating the one step slower. If you have just enough to respond with, you know, having the Bloodlust and having the Thunderbluff Valiant means that he's kind of got inevitability on his side. And the first player to cast Feral Spirits has a massive advantage in the board presence, usually.
Yeah. It's because dictating the trades with 2/3s is always better. Because you can use 2 of your 2/3s to trade into one of your opponent's 2/3 and keep both of your Feral Spirits alive. You can go Feral Spirits, Argent Squire, plus Rockbiter Weapon to take out one of these Feral Spirits, but it seems like Bibulus is very reluctant to use this Rockbiter Weapon without the Doom Hammer. But it is one of the best tools at fighting for early board.
Yeah, I think your read's spot on too. Really looking to pair the Rockbiter with the Doom Hammer instead of fighting for this board pressure. So you may be able to pick up this damage later on, but right now this is kind of lost. And such a good turn for Lapibus. Oh my, that's a good draw. Primal Fusion is at its finest in these particular board states.
Yeah, he could totem up Argent Squire, Primal Fusion, and Rockbiter if he wants to.
Even gets the healing totem here, so everything going to stay nice and healthy. And just continue to push. I mean, this... Unless Bibulus has like a Lightning Storm in his deck that we just haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
This might be lethal next turn. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 plus 15.
It is.
Babulus has to answer the board. The thing from below is going to help. But look at that Thunderbluff value. And it's going to come on this board and just... It's going to dominate.
Will Thing from Below save him?
For a turn, yeah. But overall... it's not going to save him to this one. He was just too far behind on board. And honestly, the Bloodlust actually ending the game a turn earlier here if Babulus goes with this Flaming Faces. I think the writing's on the wall anyway, but anytime you can close the game, you feel pretty good about it.
Yeah.
Lapidus going to count it up, and with that Rock Biter, it is way overkill. Whoa! This is something we have seen from Lapidus, is kind of seeing really strong plays, getting ahead of himself, and just not closing.
Yeah. I mean, you put Bloodlust in your deck, you count that, and you go for that. I mean, that's overkill with that Bloodlust.
Yeah, honestly, that's the only thing I've seen that from Lapidus that's been really a misstep, is just not counting up his damage. He's done everything else so well.
Yeah.
Like, his builds are pretty spot on. I think he understands that he needs to create board tension at the right times. Just count that damage. Lapidus, he's a solid player, man. Count that damage, keep going.
Doesn't look like it's going to matter too much in this game, as Babulus don't feel like he can find a way out of this alive. He's only got 5 mana, overloaded from the Flame Wreath Faceless. He's going to try and find a way, but even that Thing from Below is not going to stop much.
Yeah, it's not really going to stop anything.
Lava Burst.
Trying his damnedest, but that's the end.
Yeah. Now
Start that Rock Biter. Start the Rock Biter anyway. He just wants the 8 damage crash to come in.
Yeah.
I think this is what he was waiting for. He wanted to make sure he could get that crash sound on the attack.
All right, well, that means tied up 1-1 now. Lapidus puts himself on the board. And a little bit of misstep at the end there, but still manages to find the win. Babulus now feel like he could have taken control of the board early game, but decided to hold on to that Rock Biter for a very long time. And it sort of makes sense, I guess. He wants to couple that with the Doomhammer, but the way you win that Shaman Mirror is by taking control of the board.
Yeah,
and
sometimes
you do that by using Rock Biter early.
Sometimes you can't get the massive value from the cards you want. You have to take what you can get. And that's sort of like that old adage, you play the hand you're dealt. And in that one, he was not dealt the opportunity to ever get the Doomhammer online even. And this is a pretty shaky opening hand from Babulus. This Priest deck needs a lot of early action to keep control of this board. Zoo applies a ton of pressure early. And with Museum Curator, Harrison Jones, Shadow or Death, and Justicar, most of his cards just don't even do anything.
Yeah.
And the Zoth added to hand. This is getting... If he doesn't discover something awfully good here... I mean, he needs that Shifting Shade. He needs that card just to try to do anything to the board.
But Babulus really likes Sylvanas. We've seen that over the course, and that would have been a snap call otherwise. But yeah, it needs that Shifting Shade, and needs that Shifting Shade to actually find something useful as well, because 3 health on a minion without a Death Rattle, without an immediate effect on the board, is actually not that powerful.
Yep. With Bella's Chosen gone, you can see Lapidus not fearing any of the smaller minions from Priest.
Wow.
I'll tell you what, if Babulus can buy the time, his hand is really good, but buying the time is going to be nigh impossible with the way that Lapidus' hand is right now.
Yeah. Looks like he's going to make this trade here, maybe to deny a 1-1 from the Imp Gang boss going in.
Oh, wow. I mean, that's the play. That's like the best card versus Priest if they don't handle it. It just deals so much damage. And when they have to Shadow Word Death a 3-drop and it's already gotten value from it, that's about as bad as it gets.
Yeah. Babulus is going to need an Excavated Evil ASAP, and even then, that's not going to even be enough. He's thinking what to do here. What's going to come out on turn 4 that could punish me for playing this Darkshire Councilman? But I don't think much. He's going to tap. I mean, he's got so much stuff in his hand. He's never going to have time to play all this.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I mean, he's playing very conservatively versus Auchenai Circle, but Darkshire Councilman and the M-King boss even play very well versus Organized Circle.
Yeah. You're left with two minions, and one of those minions will trade back in. You still have a Darkshire that's now buffed.
Yeah, this Darkshire Councilman needs to find its way to the board. He's buying the time for Lapibus. A lot of times in this situation, players feel compelled to play around all the AoE removal their opponents could have. But again, his board just kind of played around it anyway. And now trading in the Argent Squire is kind of weakening his board to that. And so if this is his play, he's obviously not following up with the Darkshire Councilman here. He's just going to continue to life tap, it looks like. But he's got to get the damage done. Yeah, that's just backwards. He realizes at the end that the Councilman is just so powerful that it needs to be on board. And no answer from Bibulus here is basically going to spell this one out.
Yeah. I would even just throw it on Doomguard and trade into the... Your hand is bad. Throw it on that Doomguard, trade into the Darkshire Councilman. Take it while it's weak. How much damage is this? There's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on the
16,
board.
16, it looks like.
S 17 with the summon cost from the Direwolf Alpha would add more, I believe. But just gonna make the trades. Keep going.
I mean, there's not even a circle healing in Babylus's hand. Nothing will save him at this point.
Nothing.
Not even that. It actually just buffs the Darkshire Councilman.
Yeah. Believe the in-game boss, Darkshire Councilman, and Dark Iron Dove around. He's just going to go for it, and Flash Heal will bring him back up to 13. But there's already going to be 3 plus 8. I mean, there's already 11 damage on the board after this turn's over.
Yeah, 2 minions will end the game for Lapibus.
Yeah.
And he's got 3 in hand. 2-1 lead for Lapibus at this point. Just needs one more win. And he's got that Tempo Mage to do it with. It's been performing well for him so far.
Put this apple on your head.
This is not the time you want to see it drop the ball, but...
A little bit of overkill. But that seems to be Lapibus's motto. When you kill him big.
You can tell by the cosplay he loves to go big.
Yeah.
He's not held back on anything. Yesterday with the full face paint on Beetlejuice. His Beetlejuice cosplay was spot on. Like,
Yeah. He looks like a different human being today.
yeah, he really does.
Like, is that him? Yesterday I stared into his eyes and got a shiver down my spine. Today I stare into his eyes and I can't help but smile.
I didn't even say Beetlejuice 3 times yesterday. You show
All
up
right.
anyway. Now that's the kind of hand you're looking for if you're Bibulus. Wow.
He's looking around. He's like, "Is this it?"
Oh, that's one of the cards you're looking for if you're Lapibus.
People
Yeah,
just doesn't even realize he's too busy dancing. He doesn't even realize that a mana worm just got thrown onto the board.
He doesn't clear it with the Rock Biter.
That is going to be a big punish. Only needs one of these missiles to land on this Tunnel Trog.
Woo.
Gets it.
When those first 2 happened, I was just like, not like this.
Not like
Not
this.
like this. 2 Rock Biters cannot clear 2 minions in the same turn. You can only attack with your face once.
Yeah, this is why those Rock Biters are such good early tools. I know, I mean, maybe inexperience with the matchups can make you want to save that for the Doomhammer, but that's when in a matchup like this where you need board control early game, and in matchups like the other one in Shaman versus Shaman where you need that board control.
Flamewaker, nice pickup. Honestly, the Spellslinger's not looking bad here.
Yeah. Your opponent's overloaded down to 1 mana next turn.
But I think this is a spot where you can consider one trade with the Sorcerer's Apprentice and see what the board looks like afterwards. Like, maybe you can add Flame Tongue to this. I'm sorry, the Flamewaker to this and really threaten some action from your opponent. Having not seen Rockbiter, this may be a situation where you feel safe doing that. I think the Spellslinger is a little bit better just because of the size of the body.
Yeah. Oh, he picks up the Living Roots!
Pretty darn good.
You just spawn those 1/1s and you make those trades.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, the Feral Spirits is putting a lot of heat on your opponent's ability to develop board presence. You'll have a 3/4 and 2 1/1s left over, and your opponent's got 1 mana on turn 3.
I mean, maybe he's thinking he wants to save it for Flame Waker, but I don't know if you can pass up this opportunity. You're giving your opponent such a good trade with the Mana Worm, and he's going to go for this.
Yeah, this is
Maybe
going to...
He's not dancing anymore.
I mean, Rockbiter doesn't answer this. Nothing in his hand answers this.
Yeah.
This is because he didn't coin that Rockbiter. And now Lapibus, he sits up. He goes, wow, really? Does that mean this Flame Waker sticks? The answer is yes, the Flame Waker sticks. And the damage is pouring in. Lapibus with a major lead. If he picks up anything significant, he's going to really pull ahead.
Any spell. Double Totem Golem is a powerful play, though. But if we see a spell and some good trades.
It is so easy for Lapibus to clean this up. He can even just use the minion health. And there's that first one. Sorcerer's Apprentice, Arcane Intellect is going to look mighty good. We'll see if he wants to add ping to it. If he's using the Arcane Intellect first, it's because he wants to ping.
Yeah.
Which I can't blame him for. Honestly, the ping looks really good here.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like, though, you're putting that Sorcerer's Apprentice on the board means if you do pick up a 2-mana spell, you're still going to be able to use that. I mean, you still would have been able to Mana Worm plus Arcane Missiles as well with the Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Yeah. I mean, those are kind of perfect draws, though. I don't think he necessarily anticipated that. You know, he's got a lot of top end deck. We've seen Azure Drakes, we've seen Faceless Summoners.
Yeah.
Clean up the board. 2 to face. The board presence is looming now over Bibulus, who's got 3 mana this turn to operate with.
He can Rockbiter Weapon, clear up this Mana Worm, Flame Juggler, and hope that it connects with this Spellslinger. That's about his only hope.
I think that's what
he's
he's
going to
going
take 2 more damage. I mean, realizing now that this Rockbiter needs to be used for board control.
If Lapibus just keeps control until turn 7 too, he can just play the Archmage.
Yeah. See if he hits it.
Wow.
He does. I mean,
honestly, the Crazed Alchemist isn't even that bad here. Just the fact that it's a 2/2. I mean, in this matchup, almost certainly going to be holding it. But I think you just play it.
What to do?
You can trade ping, Flame Juggler, play Sorcerer's Apprentice, play Crazed Alchemist, just as a 2/2. You can even flip the Flame Waker if you don't want to bring the Sorcerer's Apprentice to a 2/3. But he started to run low on resources. We'll see if Archmage Tanice is going to make much of a difference. The ping first makes a...
Yeah, interested to see this. I guess at this point, damage is concerned. Doesn't add more to the board. And maybe Bibulus can climb back into this. I mean, Flame Tongue Totem would be a sick pull from that right now. Even Manatide Totem is looking pretty solid.
Yeah.
I like the Rockbiter here. Down to 10, but certainly has the board presence to really bring this back. Water Elemental is a good draw.
Yeah, you can Water Elemental, Crazed Alchemist, the Manatide Totem to kill it off. But I feel like Lapibus missed an opportunity to clear the board last turn and got a little punch for it. He could have even held on to the Crazed Alchemist. He decided to ping face and go for that damage instead of just trading into the Flame Juggler.
Another chance on this Tuskar Totemic. Flame Tongue Totem would be brutal. Another mana, summon a random Manatide Totem.
I mean, he could still clear the board here with Argent Horse Rider plus Lightning Bolt and protect that Manatide Totem.
He might be able to bring this game back now. I think you're right. I think Lapibus missed that one opportunity to clear the board and kind of get a stranglehold on this game.
Still some spells left in Lapibus's hand that in his deck that he can use. Arcane Blast pickup here would be pretty impactful, considering he could get that Fireball and then be on a burn spell to win the game effectively from that point on. Bibulus decides to go with the Totem Up as opposed to putting the Argent Horse right on the board, picks up Flamery Faceless. Arcane Intellect could be big here.
I mean, I don't know if the Archmage is on the menu right now.
Another Crazed Alchemist.
Yeah, but I think you ping here as well.
Yeah.
You play the Cult Sorcerer, you're just sending it out to die to that 2-1 anyway.
Yeah.
Here we go. Flamery. Is Flamery going to be enough to bring this back? Bibulus is at 10. And so some significant draws from Lapibus could easily clean this up. Oh, mama. That might be enough.
Yeah.
That's 10 damage a turn now.
Lapibus needs back-to-back burn spells.
Mirror Image is pretty good. That's pretty good, TJ. That'll force a trade on that Flame Wreath. It'll give him a Fireball.
Now he just needs one burn spell. He's still got 2 Fireballs left in his deck, 2 Frostbolts left in his deck. I mean, he's got 4 outs next turn in this deck. I mean, this is probably like a 1 in 4 to draw one of these burn spells. Because he's probably got about 15, 16 cards left in this deck. He's still got a couple turns to do it. There's going to be 9, 14, 18 power on board if the Feral Spirits are played.
7, yeah.
And the board's going to be full, so he will have another turn unless Bibulus was to draw into a burn spell. We'll see if Lapibus can do it. There's a Frostbolt!
That's going to do it. Wow, picks up the damage. Lapibus going to end this game and end this series and become the champion of this tournament.
Wow. And Lapibus, despite a shaky start to that game, losing control of the board around turn 6, manages to find the spells that he needs, and he's going to be the Philly Comic-Con Geico Open champion. He's going to go with $500. You see the handshake in the background there. Good sportsmanlike conduct going on there. And going to go with $500. You know, but Bibulus, he's still going to go with 400. That's a pretty good performance for him for showing up to an open, an event that he would have been at anyway, and winning some money by playing some Hearthstone. Got to feel good.
Yeah, it may sting a little bit right now, but tomorrow it feels a little bit better. But
yeah,
man, second place feels always rough. But you know, it seemed to be a good sport the whole way through. I mean, probably just happy to make it to the finals at this point. Like I said, $400, you cannot be upset with that. Showing up at Comic-Con, entering this tournament, playing some Hearthstone, having some fun.
Yeah, and you know, that's like you said, he had a lot of fun along the way, it seemed. He was dancing the whole way, being animated the whole way, so definitely got to be feeling pretty good. But Lapibus, the Mage deck, struggled a little bit towards some of those matches, but at the end of the day, he ended up taking it. But that's going to do it for the Geico Open at Philly Comic-Con. We had a fun weekend. We saw a lot of cosplays. We saw a lot of fun decks. We saw a lot of Cthulhu, which I was actually really surprised by. Going into the weekend, I was like, I don't know if we'll be seeing that much Cthulhu. It's free, but I don't know if people really latch onto it. Cthulhu Priest was probably the most popular deck outside of Aggro Shaman, so it was a really fun weekend. If you guys want a chance to participate in an open yourselves, the Geico Circuit, the One Nation of Gamers Circuit for 2016, is still ongoing. The next open for the circuit takes place on June 16th. You can head over to geico.onog.gg if you want to sign up. Right at the top of the page, at the top right, there's a drop-down menu where you can just click sign up for the tournament. It is limited to U.S. residents only, but each of these opens, there's 4 more left in the circuit, have a $1,000 prize pool. They lead into feature tournaments, which have a $6,000 prize pool, and those feature tournaments lead into the grand finals at PAX Prime in August, which has a $20,000 prize pool. So it's a $60,000 circuit overall, and the way to start is to get going with those opens, get that tournament experience under your belt. It's a really great experience. But Admiral, what were some of your highlights here for this open that we just watched for Philly Comic-Con?
For me, it's the great cosplays that Lapibus brought to this one. I mean, you can't really have much of a better performance than this one. Shows up with 2 great cosplays, wins the whole tournament. I mean, what more is to say? That's a perfect performance.
Yeah.
That's the triple crown.
the Triple Crown, the cosplay win. Yeah, we actually had a picture. We tweeted out if you want to check it out on One Nation of Gamers Twitter of him and his wife, Mary Poppins, and Bert the Chimney Sweep from Mary Poppins movie, cosplay duo there. So pretty cool to see. Lots of support from Wizard World as well. There it is. Look at that. Congratulations, Lappy Biss. Perfect timing. Yeah, and definitely a big congratulations to him. But we want to make sure we thank the people that makes it possible. Of course, Geico Gaming, hopping on as the title sponsor for this event and the circuit in general. Again, I guarantee you can save money on your insurance if you insure anything. I tell the story a lot, but I found out just a few weeks ago, or at the beginning of the circuit, that Geico offers rental insurance. Which, I rent an apartment. I have a lot of valuable stuff in my apartment. I won't say my address. Don't rob me, please. And I can even insure my computer, and that's a big deal. So, and Geico has the best price in the business. So make sure you head over to their website. You get a free quote there, and also enter to win a CyberPower Gamer Extreme 1000 PC in doing so. So don't waste any time. Head over there and do that. Also, Video Game Voters Network, a group of gamers and encouraging other gamers to get out there and vote in the 2016 election. On their website, they do a bunch of giveaways. They do a bunch of contests. So make sure you check them out, videogamevoters.com. And, of course, CyberPower PC and Razer for hopping on board and helping us out this season with the One Nation of Gamers circuit. But we do have to go to quite a long break. Before we jump into the feature tournament. The feature tournament is going to take place at 6 p.m. EDT or 3 p.m. PDT. So it's going to be about an hour and 40 minutes. But that means we're not done completely with ONOG stuff today. But Admirable, any wrapping up thoughts before we head over to this long break?
Just thanks to all the competitors who came out and joined us today to make this event possible. Thank you all the viewers who have tuned into this one. And then my sellout moment of Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. Everything is That's Admirable. Throw me a follow. I'm making a bunch of content. Made more lately than I've ever made. So go check it out.
Go check it out. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go check it out right now. But again, guys, just about an hour and 45 minutes before we get to the finale of feature tournament number 3. So go eat some lunch, take a break, but come right back here and get ready for it. But thanks for watching. See you in a few hours.